posting this because I want to write it all out. But honestly, I'd like an explanation that doesn't lead back to wildlife. I know the woods and I know the cold, but this was something different. My girlfriend Sara and I decided that we needed a reset. Early January, we rented the Hemlock Cabin. It's near a closed-up ski resort in Vermont. It's 8 miles down a snowmobile trail from the main road. Rustic, quiet, expensive. Perfect for us. We're both good with the cold. We grew up in Minnesota and we know how to handle the machine and the temperatures. We planned for 5 days. We lasted less than 48 hours. We got there on Saturday afternoon. The cabin was exactly as advertised. Big fireplace, thick logs, completely silent. We spent the evening drinking wine, unplugging, and watching the snow. Around midnight, we headed upstairs to the loft bedroom. We felt a little exposed, being the only lights for miles, but that was part of the appeal. I woke up at 3:17 a.m. I know the time because I checked my phone. I was suddenly awake. It was the kind of wake-up where you know you heard something important. You just can't recall. The wind was a constant white noise, but underneath it, I heard a scrape. Not a branch falling, this was a heavy drag, like something big or rough being pulled across the wooden side of the cabin. It was slow. It started near the chimney and dragged right along the wall, directly under our window, and then it stopped. I told myself it was a snow-loaded pine branch finally letting go. It happens. I got up, checked the deadbolt, still locked, peered through the edge of the blackout curtain. Nothing but darkness and falling snow. I went back to sleep, but the easy feeling was gone. Sunday was supposed to be spent snowshoeing. When we went out to the little wooden porch, Sara saw it first. "Al, why are there footsteps here?" I had been meticulous the day before. I'd kicked the new snow completely clear of the deck and the 3 wooden steps leading down to where the snowmobile was parked. Now there were 3 massive, deep impressions in the snow on the deck. They were long, wide, and they didn't look like boots. They just looked like large, oddly shaped divots in the snow. I traced them. They led from the side of the cabin, where I'd heard the scrape, and across the porch. They definitely weren't mine or Sara's. The disturbing part, they didn't lead off the deck. The track stopped at the edge of the railing, right near the corner of the cabin, and then the snow below was perfectly smooth and untouched. I tried every rational angle. Maybe a moose. A moose doesn't climb the stairs and then vanish without a trace. A bear woken up early, same issue. Where did it go? I told Sara it had to be a lone animal. Big paws, circled the house, the wind blew the final tracks away. She looked at me. "Al, the snow under the deck is untouched. It feels like someone covered their tracks." We spent Sunday feeling like we were on display. Every time a shadow moved, we jumped. Around 9 p.m., we were watching a movie, volume cranked, trying to drown out the paranoia. But we heard something anyway. It started faint, deep in the woods behind the cabin, but it grew louder, clearer. It was a thumping, slow thump. It sounded heavy, dull, and entirely deliberate. It was moving, gradually encircling the cabin, keeping a good distance, but the sound was too rhythmic to be a tree or a rock. Something was walking. It sounded enormous, walking on the heavy ground. Sara was silent, staring at the front door. My heart was slamming in my chest, but I didn't admit it. After about a minute of this horror, I felt like I had to break the spell. I grabbed my heavy-duty LED flashlight, and Sara said, "Don't, Al, don't." But I unlocked the door anyway. I was shining the beam right out into the blackness. The thumping, of course, stopped. The sound was cut off mid-rhythm, like something flicking a switch. Now, ringing silence, save for the wind. I stood there for maybe 15 seconds, beam sweeping the snow, and I saw nothing. I was about to close the door when I looked down at the porch railing. Lined up perfectly on the thick, flat top of the rail were 3 little snowballs. Not chunks of ice, not wind deposits. They were small, packed, perfect spheres of snow, placed there. They weren't there when I opened the door, so I don't know how they got there. For some reason, that was enough for me. I stopped being rational. Whatever it was, it had been close enough to leave a calling card of some kind, and also smart enough to shut up the second that it was challenged. I don't think it was just watching, it felt like it was interacting with us. I slammed the door and didn't bother locking it yet. "We're done," I told Sara. We grabbed everything. The next 15 minutes were a blur. We threw everything essential into our backpacks. The feeling of being watched was so heavy, it felt like a physical pressure on me. I asked Sara, "Do you feel that?" She was petrified, but she did. As soon as we were ready, I jumped on the snowmobile with Sara behind me, and we tore out of there. I didn't look back, but Sara did. She said for a split second, framed in the large living room window, she saw what looked like a vertical blur of white. Too tall to be a person, too solid to be snow. Before the trees blocked it completely, she'd seen something in that cabin. We drove 8 miles in silence, shaking, got to the main road, checked into the first fluorescent-lit, carpeted, generic motel we could find. We left the cabin keys in the snowmobile ignition at the resort parking lot and drove home. I forfeited the deposit and the rest of the stay. I suppose they didn't believe me when I told them something was stalking that cabin. Otherwise, they might have thought to comp the trip. But it was supposed to be relaxing, romantic. Instead, we walked away with actual nightmares. We still love the snow, handle well in it, but might be a while before we take another remote vacation like that. This happened back in December 2020. You remember that time? Everyone was masked, lines were long, and if you worked food delivery, you were running on pure stress and hand sanitizer. My job was shopping for online orders and then the delivery drop-off. I had a tight schedule, and this specific one was already running a little late. I was speed walking through the aisles, grabbing the last few items, frozen vegetables, a turkey, and I saw a woman. It was this old woman standing near the upright freezers. She was wearing a heavy brown wool coat, a thick hat, a faded plaid scarf wrapped tight. Even through her mask, I could see that she was shivering profoundly. It wasn't the usual gentle tremble of an older person. It was a full-body shake, like she was standing outside in a blizzard. The store was warm, maybe 70 degrees. My first thought was just concern. She shouldn't be that cold. I stopped, violating every time management rule I had. "Ma'am, are you all right?" I tried to project warmth through a mask. "You look awfully cold. Is there anything I can get you?" She turned towards me. She wasn't ghostly, just pale and tired. Her eyes, though, were intensely focused on me. They looked vaguely frightened. Her voice was raspy, but soft. "So cold," she whispered, her words slightly muffled by the mask. "I'm just so terribly cold." I instinctively started unwrapping my own scarf, a thick fleece one. "Please, Take this for a minute, just warm yourself up." She shook her head and very slowly took 2 shuffling steps back, repeated in the same desolate whisper, "So cold." Then she turned the corner at the end of the aisle, heading toward the paper goods. I paused just for a second, debating if I should call a manager, but the woman was slow, elderly and masked. It just seemed like a confused, cold shopper. I hurried after her, intending to make sure she was okay before getting back to the timer. When I rounded the corner 3 seconds later, she was gone. That aisle was empty. It was impossible. There were only 2 ways out. Both had other shoppers nearby, who definitely would have seen an old woman in a big coat disappear that fast. I shrugged it off. Just a nervous, confused old lady running from interaction during the pandemic. I had frozen peas to grab. I focused on the job, and the weirdness was forgotten in the stress of the clock. 40 minutes later, I was pulling up to the delivery address, an older 2-story home, quiet street. The time was 4:15 p.m., and the sun was sinking fast. The air was so brittle. As I walked up to the porch, something immediately felt wrong. The heavy, insulated front door was standing slightly ajar, maybe an inch. With the air temperature well below freezing, that was a huge mistake. Through the crack, I could see just the edge of an armchair and a pair of resting feet on the ottoman. I was relieved that someone was home, but I followed protocol. I stood on the porch, called out clearly, "Hello, grocery delivery. I'm going to leave the bags right here for you." But as I said it, a wash of extreme cold hit me. It wasn't just the outside air blowing in. It was the temperature of the house itself. It was the same as outside, dense and suffocatingly chilly. I looked at the doorframe, and I swear I saw a fine layer of frost glittering on the wooden edge of the inner door. I started to get spooked. A voice in my head was screaming to leave the groceries and run, but that wasn't the one I listened to. Barely above a whisper, carried on the draft of cold air, "Come in." It was the same tone, the same fragile voice from the grocery store. My logical brain, I guess, abandoned me. I felt this insane, horrible need to check on the person inside. That woman was in an impossibly cold house. I used 2 gloved fingers and pushed the door open. I could see the room. The house was darker than it should have been. The air was frigid. I could see the armchair fully now. Sitting there, bundled in a heavy brown wool coat, hat, and plaid scarf, was the old woman from the grocery store. She wasn't shivering. She was utterly still. Her head was tilted back slightly. Her mouth was slightly open. Her eyes were wide and fixed on the ceiling. Her lips were dark. Her glasses were fogged, not from humidity, but from frozen condensation. I took a step back, my vision blurring with shock. I looked closer. Her skin was waxy and unnatural. I'd never seen anything like it. Ice crystals caught in her hair near her temples. She was frozen solid. She was dead. I'd never seen someone dead before, but I was sure that if this was the woman from the store, it would have taken more than 40 minutes to do something like this. Her condition, she'd been here for hours, maybe days. The woman I saw in the store, it was her. I just can't explain that part. I dropped the bags and I remember fumbling for my phone, backing away, collapsing on her frozen porch as I called 911. Once the police showed up, I didn't have much more to do there. I decided not to take any more deliveries that night. Instead, I just said a quiet prayer for the woman and I donated her groceries to the food bank. I just really hope me calling the police, someone finding her, warmed her up in some way. I work the night shift at a logistics center outside the city. My commute home is usually the only quiet part of my day, but it takes me down a section of Route 179 that's pitch black and always freezing in the winter. It was about 2:15 a.m., dry, cold, zero wind, just silent darkness. I was cruising along listening to a true crime podcast when I saw lights ahead. At first, I thought it was a semi-truck approaching, two very bright points of light, low to the ground. But as I got closer, maybe half a mile out, they stayed put. They weren't moving. They were flickering in a way that wasn't quite right for headlights. I slowed down a little and realized what I was seeing. Emergency lights. Dim, but more obvious now. They were two distinct orbs, one bright white, one electric blue, cycling rapidly. Just like the old-school dome lights on a Crown Victoria or an older State Patrol vehicle. They weren't reflecting. They were rotating maybe 2 feet above the asphalt. They didn't cast any light on the trees or the guardrail. They were a self-contained, intense glow directly in my lane. As strange as it was, my rational brain took over. An accident. Out here, on a night this cold, someone could freeze to death in an hour if they couldn't get help. I instinctively hit the brakes. My thought process was, I'm the first responder. I have to see what happened. I slowed to a stop about 50 feet away. I shifted into park and reached for my phone to call 911, ready to report my location and start searching for victims. The second I stopped moving, it was like the world changed. My radio, which had been clear and crisp with podcast dialogue, was suddenly annihilated by a burst of screeching, ear-splitting static. It was so loud it actually hurt. And buried deep within the noise, I heard what sounded like a human shriek, a call of pure distress. At the exact same moment, the temperature in the car seemed to drop drastically. I had the heat blasting, but I looked down and I saw my own breath fog up in front of my face, like I was outside. A thin, instant layer of condensation formed on the inside of my driver's window. I could feel this heavy, killing cold flooding the space. It smelled like frozen wire. I looked up at the emergency lights hovering right above my hood. They were still flashing, but they looked less like a warning and more like two desperate, focused eyes. And they still had no car underneath them. Nothing. Just two floating, pulsing orbs of blue and white light. I snapped out of whatever cold I was in, and I realized this wasn't a crash. The cold wasn't a symptom of the winter. This was some other kind of cold. Survival instinct kicked in so fast I didn't even put the car in drive first. I just floored the gas. As the tires spun on the ice and caught traction, I felt the car shudder violently as I sped past the lights. I glanced in the rearview mirror. As I shot past the blue and white glow, they wobbled violently, almost dipping to the ground, and then they stayed there, hovering stationary in the lane where I had stopped. In the same instant I passed them, the static instantly cut out. The podcast snapped back on mid-sentence, and the heat returned to my car. The air was cleared. I didn't slow down for 10 miles. So yeah, I almost stopped to help an accident on the highway, except the emergency lights had no car attached to them. So I don't know what I was doing or what I saw. I used to walk home late from work during the winter. It wasn't far, maybe 20 minutes, but the route was always a little nerve-wracking. No sidewalks, just a skinny shoulder carved into a 2-lane road and just cut through trees. Drivers took it like a suggestion rather than a rule, especially when it snowed. Everything looked softer and prettier and twice as dangerous. This happened maybe 15 years ago, and I still don't really have an explanation for it. It was one of those nights where the snow fell slowly, flakes drifting sideways in the wind. My boots made that crisp, squeaking sound on the packed powder. It was technically a night like any other, but it just felt extra pretty out there. I had my hood up, hands shoved in my pockets, and I was zoning out, thinking about getting home and thawing my fingers, the usual. And that's when I heard a car behind me. Not just the distant hum of an engine, this was close. Tires pushing through slush, the low rumble of a heavy vehicle. I stepped closer to the edge, turning my head just enough to check how close it was. There was nothing there. The road behind me was empty for what felt like a mile. No lights or movement, and not even the glow of a car cresting the hill. So I brushed it off. Snow makes weird sounds. I kept walking. A minute later, I heard it again, louder and closer. This time I fully turned around, expecting to see headlights bearing down on me. Again, there was nothing. But the sound didn't fade like a passing car would. It cut clean off. And that's when the paranoia started to set in. I'd heard of black ice accidents, cars losing control and sliding into ditches. What if someone had crashed up ahead or behind, and I just hadn't seen it yet? What if the wind was bouncing the noise around? I decided to cross the road anyway, just to feel less exposed. On the far side, there was a steep embankment, maybe waist-high. I figured if I climbed up a little, I could stay out of the way of any vehicle coming around the bend. I checked both directions, empty, and I jogged across. As soon as I reached the middle of the road, the sound hit again, but this time it wasn't subtle, and a car was barreling toward me. I heard the engine roaring and the tires grinding, and then I saw the headlights, bright and white, coming straight for me. I screamed and threw myself up the embankment, slipping on the fresh layer of snow and slamming onto my hands and knees. I remember the cold sting. I braced for the hit. I waited for impact, for the rush of air, for anything. But nothing happened. The road was empty and everything was silent. I tried to stand, but I slid back down, shaking so violently I could barely stay upright. I must have stood there for a full minute staring at the stretch of road, waiting for some car to materialize. But it never did. I saw nothing in either direction. The snow fell quietly, like nothing had happened. What was I supposed to do? Call the police and tell them I'd been hit by what exactly? A phantom? A hallucination? So I just kept walking. Every few steps I checked behind me, but the sound never came back. I didn't talk about it till years later. And even now, when I think about it, my body reacts before my brain does. My chest sort of tightens and my palms sweat. Like I'm back on that road, seeing that phantom car. 15 years and I still don't have an explanation. All I know is that stretch of road was never quite the same. I was told ghosts can still feel love, even after death. If that's true, then it's also true they can still feel hurt after death, too. When my dad died, I could sense his presence in the house. He was an Air Force colonel and a very serious person. The pictures I drew were always hung up on the refrigerator, but his interest in anything I did was uncomfortable and forced. It wasn't my gender he struggled to bond with, as he had no yearning in his soul for a son. He didn't want any kids. He didn't like kids, and though he wasn't mean to me, he was never kind. We didn't have the chance to develop a meaningful relationship before he passed. The only person in the world who could make my dad smile was my mom. They were madly in love and one another's best friend. On a cold December morning, 2 servicemen would knock on our door, handing my mom a folded American flag. One of the men would begin talking to my mom about an accident. Standing behind her, I make eye contact with the officer that's not speaking. His eyes were dry until he saw me. He quickly looked back down and any other direction that he could in a desperate attempt not to cry. I was old enough to know what they were talking about, but I was unable to comprehend that our lives as we knew it had just changed forever. I was able to finish off the school year with my friends and all the teachers that had dealt with me using kid gloves. Then, the following year, it was off to a new school with teachers who could care less about the circumstances that put me in their classroom, one that was already at max capacity. With our SBP, my mom was able to purchase a little home off the base, and she got a job at a gas station to make ends meet. I learned to wake myself up for breakfast and how to do my own laundry. I'd only see my mom after school near dinner time. To make extra money, she asked her boss to work double shifts. On those days, she'd still be at work when I'd catch the school bus. Laundry was a chore that I'd put off as long as I could during the week. Our washer and dryer was located in the basement down a set of creaky wooden steps. At the top of the steps was a white pull string. It turned on a single halogen bulb. The small source of light was the only option for illumination in that basement. It was barely enough to read the settings on the machine. A few times I'd open the door and reach for the string. Instead of it hanging at a reachable level, I would find the string tightly wrapped around the light fixture itself. Like someone had yanked the string down, and when it flew back up, it got tangled. The first time dealing with it, I resolved to prop the door open with a kitchen chair and go down with my basket of laundry. While I loaded the washing machine with my dirty clothes, I heard the chair that was holding the door open slide on the linoleum floor. The small rectangle of light that I was using is wiped over in black from left to right. The clothes in my hand were thrown, and I blindly ran up the wooden steps to the door. I found the railing and began using it to guide me up the stairs. Sliding my palm up the railing, I touch what feels like another hand. The sensation makes me fall backwards, and I almost fall down the steps, but I catch myself. I'm sure the neighbor could hear the scream I let out. I bounded up the last pair of steps and clawed at the wood until my fingers touched the brass door handle. That night, I waited for my mom to get home and untangle the string before I went down there to finish laundry. Even with the light on again, it was impossible for me to ignore the chills I was feeling down there. It was more common than not that I was home alone when the activity would ramp up. On a handful of incidents that my mom was home with me, we'd both hear pounding on the basement door. She insisted that it was old pipes making all that noise. Lying in bed one night, she was talking to me from the doorway, and we both heard her name be called from the living room. Enough for her to pause what she was saying and take a step back from my room to look around the living room. The voice we heard sounded just like my dad's. It didn't scare us. The tone was so familiar. My mom was able to hold a state of bliss for a fraction of a second before becoming disillusioned by the impossibility of its reality. Leaning back into my room, she denied what we had heard, describing the sound as nothing more than a dog bark. Though I don't think it would have changed things if I told her this. What she didn't know was that I'd been hearing my dad's voice in the house prior to that incident. Things had been happening around the house while she was at work. I was secretly excited when we both heard her name be called. I was hoping that this was a chance to confide in her about everything that had been happening around the house while I was alone. However, her being so adamant about what we actually heard made me think that she would belittle whatever I told her, try to explain anything away. Just like how we heard her name in the living room. I heard my dad over my shoulder while I was doing homework at the kitchen table. The inquisitive, he used to give me while briefly inspecting my work in passing. It was his hint that I better recheck my answer. The first time it happened at the new house, the sound didn't register to me past redoing the math problem I was on. Adding the numbers on a second effort gave me a new answer that I'd replaced my previous equation with. After correcting the error in my work, that's when I remembered I was home alone. It made me feel melancholy, a rare memory that made me genuinely miss my dad. Early one morning before my mom left for work, she woke me up and told me not to use the bathroom sink until she got home. She was running late for work and one of her earrings had fallen down the drain. Lifting my hand out from under the covers, I gave her a thumbs up before falling back asleep. The next time I was woken up, it was by my alarm clock signifying the start of my morning routine before school, beginning with my visit to the restroom. When I sat down, I remembered what my mom told me earlier. At my height at the time, the counter of the sink is about neck level. After I got up, I walked over to the sink to see if my mom's earring was visible from the drain hole. Turns out, the earring was very easy to spot because it had somehow moved out of the drain pipe and was now resting in the bowl of the sink. I carefully reached in and pinched the small diamond tightly in between my fingers before pulling it out and setting it on the counter next to the matching one. The presence of my dad was always felt through little things like that. The first day we moved into our house, my mom was grieving. Unpacking boxes from the moving truck was a slow process, one that she undertook on her own. If there were boxes I could carry, I did my best, but the responsibility of unpacking rested solely on her and the allotted time that we had with the rented moving truck. When the last box was inside, we dropped off the truck and drove our car back to our new home. The front of our house only had street parking, but in those days there weren't a lot of cars congested on the road. We also had a designated spot with our address number written on the curb. It's dark, and as our headlights brighten up our parking spot, my mom applies pressure to the brakes before the car pulls into the spot. She's staring at something in front of the car. I have to take off my seatbelt and climb higher in my seat to get at her eye level, see what my mom's focusing on. In the shine of our headlights is a scroungy possum with 5 or 6 possum babies hanging off its back. The mom possum is frozen with its mouth open, staring at the headlights. This was probably the ugliest representation of God's creation, and the sight of it makes me laugh out loud, but my mom's response is to start crying. Her tears silenced my laughter, and she apologizes. Then she tells me that possums were my dad's favorite animal. Finally, she broke a smile under her tears, saying that she never knew why he loved those crazy creatures. Home alone, I'd regularly hear the distinct sound of our basement steps creaking, like someone was pacing up to the top of the stairs and then back down. Every time the footsteps would reach the top, I'd be filled with a growing sense of dread until the sound retreated again. That's when I began to understand that there was more than one spirit residing in this home. The spirit upstairs was separate from what stayed in the basement. Upstairs, the energy felt normal. When I sensed my dad in the room, it brought on a sense of security only a military father could give. Chairs would move and doors would open, but after believing it was him, those things became the same as saying, "Love Dad" on a card. Whereas going into the basement felt like each step was submerged further into a stagnant flood of terror. 14 steps down into a damp, dark, windowless basement. When I'd find the pull string wrapped around the light bulb again, it would frustrate me to the point of calling my mom at her job. Phone calls like these were only reserved for emergencies, but as a terrified 9-year-old, in my eyes, her selfish act was an injustice that deserved acknowledgement. I made it a point to interrupt the greeting that she'd recite when the phone connected. I asked her if she was aware that she'd gotten the string for the basement light tangled on itself again. After a short pause, my mom admitted that she hadn't come home that day. Apparently, for the last few months, she'd been seeing a guy off and on from work. It had been over a year since my dad's passing by then, but I was still shocked to hear that she was dating again. That night, she came home early to discuss her new relationship with a man named Brian. The heartfelt plea that she made to obtain my well wishes enlightened me on what it was like to be lonely as an adult. We both cried during the conversation, but when she was done, I no longer had the arguments I'd compiled in preparation for our talk. We watched a movie together, and she joked with me in my doorway before I fell asleep. The whole time, I was happy for my mom, but her good news made me hesitant to talk about my loneliness and what I was dealing with there. Positive nights with my mom were rare, and I thought my news would ruin the mood. In the morning, my mom had breakfast ready for me and walked me to the bus. What used to be a regular morning routine became a cherished surprise. She'd be gone when I returned from school, and when I opened the front door, the cold gloom of an empty house was there to meet me again. It became normal for me not to see my mom for days at a time. The house was always stocked with food, and I never went without, but she was now splitting her hours thinner with the addition of Brian. At school, the kids started to make fun of me because my clothes were dirty. I would ignore doing laundry for weeks, just so I didn't have to go into the basement. Apparently, my hygiene became noticeable enough to warrant the attention of my vice principal, who pulled me into his office during recess to ask how things were going at home. Not wanting to get my mom in trouble and have more unwanted attention on me, I lied and told him everything was joyful at my home. When he asked about my dirty clothes, my excuse was that our washing machine was broken, but we ordered a new one. It just arrived. I gave him the widest and brightest smile that I could muster, and with that, they let me go back out to recess. The children around me were always so ecstatic near the end of the day, in anticipation of the bell to ring and for everyone to file out of the classroom and go home. I felt the opposite. I would dread when the final bell would echo through the elementary school hallways, especially knowing I had to be dressed in a clean outfit when I showed up the next day, or risk the patience of an already concerned faculty. This meant that I had no choice but to go down into the basement that night to run a cycle of laundry. Gathering my clothes into a basket, I turned on every light in the house and unlaced an old pair of shoes. I tied the ends of the laces together to make one long rope. Then, I threaded it around a cabinet handle, tying it each time it came around. Then, after opening the basement door, I'd do the same thing to the door handle there, wrapping the lace around until it was tightly securing the door from closing on me while I was down there. I knew the string for the light would be tangled up in the fixture, not by a premonition, but by my discovery a week prior, it being the sole reason I didn't complete this task previously. I refused to go down there without being able to turn the light on, so this time I came prepared with a kitchen chair. It wobbled beneath my feet like an earthquake as it balanced above an ocean of black. To reach the light fixture, I had to push the legs of the chair right to the edge of the top step. I pull at the string and it unravels from itself and falls back down to where it belongs. I click the light on, then retrieve the basket holding my laundry. The basement was freezing, and my teeth chattered as I loaded the first basket of clothing into the washing machine. I was constantly looking over my shoulder, up to the door and in between the slats of the stairs while grabbing as many clothes as I could with each handful I loaded. On top of the dryers where I put a big box of detergent and a scoop I used to perfectly measure the amount I put in. The scoop was missing. When I saw that it wasn't within the general area or behind the box, I used my hands and did the best I could to estimate how much I was throwing into the machine. Nothing was going to keep me down there longer than I had to be. I quickly let the washer door slam into place. The harsh, metallic noise always hurt my ears, but these washer and dryer units took more strength to fully close than new age models. They wouldn't start otherwise. I ran back upstairs as fast as I could, with the wicker basket in my hands. The feeling I was being pursued had struck me by the first step. Reaching the top, I threw the basket and tried to untie the knot that I had made with the shoelaces. As I freed the doorknob and the door closed, I was able to exhale. In order to be done for the night and prepared for school the next morning, I had to repeat this process 2 more times, once for a drying cycle, and a final time to bring the clothes upstairs. When I heard the washer stop, I brought a chair with me to the door, but the basement light was still on. I still made sure to tie the shoelaces tightly to the door handle before I went down to switch the load over. Then, with the same frantic urgency as before, I raced up the stairs, untangled the knot, and slammed the door. The drying cycle took longer than the wash did. During that time, I tried to distract myself by watching TV. It didn't work. I was all too aware of what I would have to do soon. When the final buzzer went off indicating the dryer had stopped, I must have been overly confident at how simple my first 2 trips had been. Pulling the chair up to the basement door again, I became even more confident when the light was still on. Then, I made a decision I would regret, with unwavering affirmation later. I didn't tie the shoelace around the doorknob, like I'd previously done. Instead, I thought I could retrieve my clothes quicker than the time it took to fasten the door open. Ignoring my better judgments, I slid the chair against the door and hustled down. The dryer is on the left of the washer and is positioned at an angle, making it difficult to clearly see the door. After I filled the basket, I turned around to see that the door had been closed. I hadn't heard the chair move or the hinges creak. Surely, in my heightened state of alertness, a noise like that would have been heard, and yet, with a basket full of laundry in my hands, I stood at the bottom of the basement steps, looking up at a closed door. Then I counted back from 3 in my head before running up the stairs. With a burst, I ran through the door into the kitchen, then threw the basket on the ground to catch my breath. But as the basket landed, I heard heavy thumps of footsteps climbing the stairs from behind me. I spun around and quickly slammed the basement door shut, then put my back against it with all my weight. There was an impact from the other side that almost knocked me forward. The door was pushed out about an inch before it slammed shut again. If I wasn't pressed against the door like I was, the hit would have swung the basement door wide open. That realization brought a wave of emotions that my adrenaline had been keeping at bay. They sunk me to the ground, and I sat, sobbing into my lap while still feeling the door getting pushed from the other side. There was a blanket inside the laundry basket that I could reach from where I was sitting. That night, I cried myself to sleep on the kitchen floor, wrapped in a blanket, pressed up against the basement door. Needless to say, I didn't get a lot of sleep that night. When I woke up that morning, I almost missed the bus. The alarm had been set up in my bedroom, and I couldn't hear it sleeping in the kitchen. I'm usually up before the sun, so at first, I wasn't sure about the glaring light focused perfectly on my eyelids. Registering that it must be the actual sun, I shot awake, looking directly at the clock on the stove. I had 10 minutes to get dressed and run a block to my bus stop. Now awake, I realized there was no sun. It still hadn't fully reached the horizon. I couldn't find any light source. Nothing that could have been shining a glare in the direction of my bed. This was the least of my concerns, though. I had to get going. As I dug through my fresh-smelling clothes in a sleepy haze, I was happy knowing what I'd gone through last night was worth it. Before leaving, I slid the kitchen table against the basement door, and within that 10 minutes, somehow, managed to catch the bus. At school that day, I was tired and hungry, but nobody could say that I looked dirty. The weeks scrolled by without any extra anxiety added to my plate. The table stayed in front of the basement door, and I did my homework in the living room. The night my mom came home, I saw my dad's silhouette. It followed her when she left my room. When her shadow moved from the hallway wall, a second one trailed after. Then, my mom poked her head back into my room, asked about the kitchen table. I told her that I saw a big rat down there when I was doing laundry, that I didn't want it to come upstairs. My mom cringed and told me to leave the table where it was, and she'll handle it when she's off work early the next day. The look on my mom's face was the exact expression I wanted to see. When I said rat, her mouth opened and her eyes got wide. I thought what I did was the same as yelling fire when you're being abducted instead of just yelling. If I told her there was a demon in the basement, she wouldn't have been so ready to inspect every corner of said basement. And at least this way, she'd have to go down there, experiencing and feeling how creepy it was for herself. The next day, it's Saturday, and I watch my morning cartoons. As I pour my milk for my cereal, I see the spoons have already been set on the counter. When these small things happen, I always make sure to say, "Thanks, Dad." It was like he was being more attentive as a father in the afterlife than he ever was on Earth. When my mom arrived home, a second person accompanied her through the door. Standing beside my mother was an older gentleman. She introduced him as Brian. He looked much older compared to my mom, but my mom always looked young for her age. He spoke with a gravelly voice of a committed smoker, and he smelled like he sounded, but he was funny, talkative, and ready to tackle the rat problem my mom had. He pulled the kitchen table away and opened the basement door. Taking the first step, Brian feels around on the wall for a light switch. Then he looks up to see the way that you turn the light on is done by a pull string, and the pull string was tangled around the light. Within a few seconds, Brian had it clicked on and continued down the stairs. Playing up the damsel in distress routine, my mom follows down the stairs close behind him. I stay in the kitchen and wait for them to return. I hear the washer and dryer get slid around, mumbling tones and my mom's giggling. But it doesn't sound like they found anything of significance. When they came back up, it was concluded that whatever got down in there had probably found its way back out. Brian stayed for dinner that night, and my mom got to show off her homemaking skills. Brian and I were sitting at the kitchen table while Mom prepared the food. There's a baseball game on in the living room that keeps the pause in conversations from becoming awkward. Brian's attention is on the game, and I'm watching my mom cut carrots. Beside her, a silverware drawer flies out from its cubby, catapulting forks, knives, and spoons everywhere on the kitchen floor. The noise scares us all. Brian gets up to help my mom and asks what happened. She thinks her apron got caught, and that's what pulled the drawer out. She really did believe that's what happened too, because Brian left that night, and I asked her about it. She didn't even flinch when telling me about the apron thing again. After that night, my mom was back to her regular pattern of being gone for days. Time would pass, and I no longer felt my dad's presence in the house. I think he left the night Brian came around. I no longer heard his voice in my ear. Things that were lost were no longer magically found, and no longer did he chase my mom's shadow when she was home. However, the activity wouldn't cease with his absence. Coming home on a snowy day after school, I passed by our empty parking spot collecting so much snow, the number for our address was totally covered. Walking into the house, I have an obstructed view into the kitchen, and I see the basement door is wide open. The table that was firmly pressed against it is now pushed back enough for the door to fully swing open on its hinges. The lights I turned on earlier that morning were suddenly off. My closest source of illumination was the living room light. It was a few steps in front of me, and I made them quickly across the carpet. I reached into the lampshade and began tapping the fixtures button off and on, but the bulb didn't heat up. Out of frustration, I gently shook the lamp, and I heard the glass jingle around. I reached my hand further up until I felt the bulb. It had been unscrewed, just enough to not activate. After I rotated it twice, the bulb lit up under the lampshade. As I went to the next closest lamp, I found that bulb, along with all of the other ones in my house, had been unscrewed. It had finally made its way upstairs, and the dreary interior of my home would further digress into a hopeless black hole that took energy from me the moment I entered its chambers. The shadow man would show himself in my peripherals, but this time he brought a suffocating agitation, one that would smother me enough to lose concentration on whatever I was working on, and then focus intently on the fear of him coming closer. If I looked in his direction, he'd disappear and move somewhere else in the room, waiting for me to find him again. I'd also get progressively sicker in a very short amount of time. My mom was home with me the night that my fever really spiked, and she had to take me to the hospital. Other than dehydration from puking, the doctors couldn't figure out why my temperature was so high. They gave me some medication that brought the fever down enough for me to be released home. I was still in the triple digits, but not hot enough to cause brain damage. My mom took work off for the next 2 days, and when she had to go back, she started coming home right after to take care of me. She even stopped in on her lunch breaks. Brian also stopped by a few times with gifts for me. It was nice to have a full house again, even under such circumstances. When he came over, he would sit in a chair next to the couch that I was laying on, keeping me company if I was awake. The strong, empathetic nature of Brian made me feel safe. I could fall asleep easily when he came over. Then it dawned on me through a dream. I needed to tell Brian what had been going on in the house. He'll be able to retain the information with an unbiased filter. When I woke up, I heard him and my mom talking in the kitchen. I'd almost pulled the covers over me to go in there. But as I listened to what they were saying, their words had me frozen. I heard my mom's soft voice say, "Kill her now." And Brian's low, gruff voice replies, "Kill the girl." They repeated those phrases back and forth to each other. The soft, monotone way that they were talking to each other was so eerie and bizarre. Slowly, I turned my body to look over the arm of the chair, and as I lifted my head, their voices stopped. When I fully looked into the kitchen, nobody was there. A few minutes later, Brian and my mom would walk inside with groceries for the night. I pretended to be asleep when I heard my mom's keys jingle in the door handle. The next time Brian sat down by the couch, I took the opportunity and first tested the waters by asking if he believed in ghosts. Brian smiles big and says, "Well, yes, I do." And then he asks, "Why?" I told Brian everything, and he sat there calmly, listened until I unloaded all of the stories of horror that had been cluttering my life. When I was done, he gave me a hug. He stood up. He grabbed his car keys. Before my mom was done preparing dinner, Brian was back inside with a stack of books about ghosts, demons, how to ward off evil. He got my mom involved, and she was more open to the idea when the words came from his mouth. She was shocked by my stories, but she also felt a sense of embarrassment that I hadn't told her any of it. I can't be sure if everything changed after that because Brian came into our lives and the house wasn't so empty anymore, or if it was the books he gave me, the things I was doing that I thought were keeping me safe, the crystals, all of that stuff. I have no idea if any of it really works, but something about believing that it would really helped. I haven't messed with any of that stuff since I was a kid. Once I felt like I'd gotten rid of it, I didn't feel there was any need to dabble in it anymore. Though I'm still super interested in all of it. Hey all, 45-year-old widower here, and I need some help with a demon. A lot has happened to get me to this point, so I'm just going to take you through this mess best I can. My wife, Tammy, died just under 2 years ago, during our son's freshman year of college. He took the rest of the semester off, but eventually we had to go back to our lives, so he returned to school after Christmas break. Then it was just me here, alone, with Tammy's memory, and I didn't handle that so well. I started drinking just to fall asleep at night, and next thing you know, bam, I was a full-on alcoholic. For a while, I thought it was under control because I was holding down my job. Turns out my boss was just giving me a little room because of my situation. But that grace period came to an end when I screwed up some paperwork that cost him north of $30,000. The customers appreciated the hell out of me, but somehow that didn't make much of an impact when I was begging John not to fire me. I thought being home alone all night was torture, but I didn't realize how much worse things could get. I had been ignoring my actual schedule and working 7 days a week from opening to closing, so I didn't have to go home. But now I was trapped here, 24/7. That's when the weird shit started happening. Now, I dream about Tammy all the time, and anyone who has lost a loved one knows how hard it is the first few moments after waking up. You forget what's happened, and for a few seconds, life feels normal again. Then reality comes crashing back, and you have to relive the grief again. See, that happens to me all the time, but occasionally, there's a twist to it. First, I should probably clarify that I've never experienced sleep paralysis before this, and I've always thought the paranormal was just superstitious nonsense. It's all in the months leading up to this. I never once considered seeing a psychic or trying to contact Tammy's spirit. The thought hadn't even occurred to me until she started talking to me in my dreams. During the second week of November, I had my first experience. From the very beginning, I knew it wasn't a normal dream. I wasn't reliving old memories or seeing visions of Tammy's accident. I was in bed, alone, and the only source of light came from a dimming street lamp outside my window. It was just bright enough to reveal a shadowy figure looming next to the door, which I assumed to be an intruder. I tried to jump out of bed, but I was completely paralyzed. I couldn't move a muscle. I was just stuck lying on my back as this person slowly inched closer. They moved like they hadn't noticed that I was awake. I didn't know who it could be or what they wanted, but then they passed by the window, and I saw it was Tammy. There was no period of confusion where I thought she was still alive. I was fully lucid. The first thought was, this is the realest nightmare I've ever had, and I couldn't wait for it to be over. She didn't look like ghosts do in the movies, not unless it's horror. This wasn't one of those lovely visions where she's at peace or gives me her blessing to move on. No. She looked like she randomly decided to come home and crawled out of her grave. She was on her way to the grocery store when a giant dually truck came flying off on an exit ramp and killed her on impact. The other driver died as well. Apparently, he had left a bar to go pick up a friend. The damage was so bad. I'm sorry. I really can't handle describing it in detail, but she suffered massive trauma. And now she was standing there like she had just stepped out of the wreckage. After she passed the window, the darkness once again distorted her features, but only until she was directly next to me. Then she sat on the edge of the bed and suddenly became very much the image of what you would see in a movie. She was glowing and beautiful. She smiled, and all the fear melted away, forgotten. She said that she was still here, unable to move on, and needed my help. Then her soft glow faded back into a shadow and disappeared entirely. That's the last thing I remember before waking up in the morning. I fully believed it was only a dream, but it freaked me out, and unlike other dreams, it didn't fade as the day wore on. I couldn't get it out of my head. Later the next evening, I was watching TV in the den, and Tammy's recliner suddenly popped open, exactly as if she'd sat in it. We have two big leather lazy boys that are pretty worn in. All you gotta do is sit down and slightly lean back for them to pop open. But they've never just randomly opened by themselves. I heard the noise it made when she would sit down. I know you all know what I mean. That distinct sound of the leather stretching and the springs squeaking. I looked over in confusion to literally see an imprint of someone sitting there as the chair leaned back and the footrest came out. A few nights later, I had another nightmare where I woke up paralyzed again. It started with the same horrifying image of Tammy after her accident, but she was glowing by the time she sat next to me. And again, she said something about being stuck here, but she almost sounded far away. Then, the last thing I was able to understand was something about a box in the back of her closet. When I woke up in the morning, there was an awful stench of rotten meat. It almost made me forget about the dream, but then I thought of how random the thing about Tammy's closet was, and I wondered if I smelled something in my sleep. Like maybe my subconscious decided it was coming from the closet. All of Tammy's stuff is exactly where she left it, because I just can't bear to go through it. But I had to get rid of that smell. Well, the only thing I found was a birthday present and a card that she never got to give to me. It had never even occurred to me that she had probably already gotten one. I sat on the floor reading the card over and over for a long time before suddenly realizing the bad smell was gone. I couldn't explain it any more than a dream leading me to that present. So that's when I learned about sleep paralysis on the internet. It kept popping up all over my search results, and most of it matched the actual experience perfectly. Then I started looking into ghosts and reading about other people who claimed to be visited by a dead spouse. I read a lot of stories where someone lost their partner unexpectedly, and neither party could move on, not until they were able to say a proper goodbye. That really seemed to fit with the parts where Tammy said that she was stuck. Well, I couldn't afford to hire a psychic, not while I'm living off of savings and insurance, so I decided to talk to Tammy herself. I might be a sorry piece of shit these days, but the one line I won't cross is driving drunk. I couldn't bear to do to someone else what that bastard did to us. Instead, I overnighted a Ouija board and some candles from Amazon. It didn't work right away. In fact, I almost quit. But then the glass slider piece actually started moving. I about shit myself. But Tammy basically confirmed almost everything that I had assumed. She didn't have the closure that she needed to move on and needed help. But that's as far as we got the first night, because it just suddenly stopped working. Still, for the first time, I had hope again. I drank less and less to the point that I hadn't realized I was down to a 6-pack a day. More things started happening around the house. Sometimes I heard footsteps, or it would suddenly get really cold. During the next sleep paralysis incident, she appeared in glowing form from the beginning. I didn't have to see the nightmare version at all. That time, she said she was getting stronger and asked me to use the board again, saying that she would keep getting stronger until we could have a real conversation. She didn't have to tell me twice. I started using that thing every night, and we talked a little more each time. Occasionally, I smelled the rotten meat again and woke up in a cold sweat. But other times, I would feel a hand on my shoulder or hear her voice and draw strength from it. Then came the night when I had my most intense sleep paralysis episode yet. It felt as real as writing this letter right now. I thought that it was time to say goodbye, but that's not what she wanted. She wanted to be together again, all of us. When our son came home for Christmas, she expected both of us to join her. She even suggested ways to do it. That's when I knew this thing wasn't Tammy. In my research, I'd seen more than a few cautionary tales, but I never actually read any of them all the way through. I just really wanted my case to be one of the real ones. Deep down, I knew there was something wrong. No one else's stories involved stenches of rotten meat or seeing their loved ones mangled. Certainly, they hadn't been asked to harm themselves or others, At least not until I started reading about demons. I'm trying really hard not to start drinking like I was again, but this has all been too much. I've been ignoring it for the last week, and it's just getting angrier and angrier. It pounds on the doors so hard that they shake, and it tries to slam them when you're passing through. I've woken up with scratches on my neck, my back. My son comes home for Christmas in 5 days. I'm afraid for his safety, but if I say why, he'll think that my drinking has gotten worse. Well, seeing is believing, so maybe we'll go to my brother's once he knows I'm not crazy. Of course, I would much rather get rid of this thing. I'm willing to try a priest, but I don't go to church, and the ones I've called have all hung up on me. I even visited a few, but they ended up asking me to leave. I really don't know what to do. I don't collect campfire tales, but I have collected one story that my grandpa would tell me the same way every single time, like he was rattling off specs in his sleep. He wasn't a talker. Blue flannel, thermos coffee, and the guy that would fix a neighbor's mower and didn't take money for it. Just said, "Get me next time," and meant it. If you asked him whether he believed in Bigfoot, he'd say, "I don't believe in anything. I saw what I saw." This was in the late 60s, up in the foothills east of town where the roads turn into logging spurs and the map just gives up. Grandpa was hauling a small trailer with cedar posts that he'd cut for a fence job. It was October, wet leaf smell, road shine, that steady drizzle that doesn't look like rain until you realize everything is soaked. He'd finished late, no moon. The dash clock had one bulb burnt out, so the 8 looked like a B. The road out there was skinny, pitch black between the trees, with ditches that chew up axles if you get lazy. He was creeping along in second, tires humming that low, warm note, heat barely keeping the fog off the windshield. Wipers, thup, thup. He said he wasn't thinking about anything, just home and whether there was chili left. Then the deer started to cross. He saw it from the right first, a flash of hide in the low beams, that hop step that they do when they realize that the road is a bad choice. He eased the brake. What he says next, he always said the same. The deer was halfway, nose toward the ditch on my left, when something big came out of the dark and took 2 long steps behind it. He doesn't do adjectives. He won't say massive or huge. He says, bigger than me by a lot. Shoulders as wide as the hood. Head higher than the cab. 2 steps. He'll show you with his hands, one flat sweep, then another, like he's counting boards. He says the second step was on the yellow line, and the leg cleared the deer's back, easy. The deer didn't bolt. It flattened. He said, that's the part that still sits wrong in his chest. It wasn't scared of a truck. Cars are predictable. It was scared of that thing. He says the deer lay down right there, legs tucked, eyes rolling white, chest heaving like it was trying to crawl into itself. Gramps hit the brakes hard enough to nosedive the truck. The trailer gave a soft bump, tongue taking up slack. Headlights swept across the wall of wet alder and fir, and in that slice of light, he watched a back the size of a refrigerator move left to right, hair dark and matted like it had been sleeping in a salal, water glinting off the tips. No glowing eyes or movie snarl, just the back of this shoulder slope, the head turning once, the silhouette of a face that was too forward in the way that it sat on the body, like the neck started further down than ours do. He says it didn't look at him, not like a person would look at another person. It looked past the truck, past the deer, at the road behind it, like it was thinking about crossing again. And then it slid into the dark, and the brush closed. No running or crashing, just gone in 2 seconds, with the deer. That's the whole sighting. He didn't chase it, obviously. He didn't get out with a spotlight or a camera that we didn't own. He just sat there with both hands locked at 10 and 2 until the brake pedal started to buzz under his foot. And then he put the truck in park, tried to remember how to breathe around the steering wheel. He did pull forward, and he did put the hazards on. He says that he got out because he needed air that wasn't the truck smell or wet wool. The forest out there always smells like cedar and mushrooms, a little bit like rot. That night it smelled like wet dog had been rolling in moss and shit. That was his description. Wet dog, moss, smoke, and shit. It wasn't a skunk, obviously. It wasn't a cow smell. It was a smell that was big and out of place. In the gravel shoulder, 1 step off his driver's door, he found a rock the size of a softball, sitting dead center in the tire track that he'd made coming in. It wasn't there when he stopped. He'd never felt it. He says the rock was slick with rain, and it looked like every other river rock out there, but it was perched proud on the loose crush, like a placed thing, like a doorstop for the truck. He picked it up, hated the feel of it, but he put it in the bed without deciding why, and drove. He didn't tell anybody that night. He came home, set his boots by the stove, stared at the chili like it had failed him, and told my grandma he was tired. He went to work in the morning like normal and delivered the posts. Around lunch, out behind the shop, he noticed the canopy window on the right side of the bed. It had a big smear high up at the edge. Mud and pine pitch stuck in a shape that didn't come from his hands or jacket. 4 long tracks with a shorter one set wide. He measured it with his hand spread. It overshot even with his pinky stretched until the joint popped. He scrubbed it off with a rag and diesel because he didn't like seeing it there. He didn't save the rag. He didn't think to. Not built like that. We do still have the rock, though. It lives in a coffee can full of random bolts and finished nails on the shelf in the shop. He won't say the rock has anything to do with anything. He also won't throw it away. When we cleaned the shelves last spring, I asked if I should toss the can, and he said, "Leave it," in a tone that he used to use when a board is level and you should stop touching it. He stopped taking fence jobs up there after dark. That's the only behavior that changed. He didn't start seeing shapes in every stump. He didn't quit elk season. Though he stopped sitting alone at the bottom of draws and started still hunting the ridges where the wind's honest. Later in life, when the guys at the counter would start in with YouTube videos, he'd walk away. If somebody presses, "Come on, you grew up out there. You ever see anything?" he'll say, "Nope," unless he likes you. Then he'll tell you the deer part, and the 2 steps, and the smell. He never adds teeth or glowing eyes, and he never adds a second sighting. He never says Bigfoot. He says something crossed the road behind a deer and took it. It was just too big for this world that I know. I've seen him change his mind about politics and football. I've watched him apologize to a teenager for getting short when a car wouldn't seat. He'll admit a miscut. He'll call himself wrong about the weather. This story never shifts. Not a word. It sits in him like a post set deep and tapped. So do I believe? I believe my grandpa. I believe in 2 steps that eat up a lane. I believe in a smell that doesn't fit the list. I believe in a rock that wasn't there, and then it was, like punctuation. And I believe that the woods out there are old enough to keep things secret. Big secrets. And that's whether we're ready to put a nameplate on them or not. But I'm okay with saying that my grandpa saw Bigfoot. The kids of the 90s were a special bunch. We were right at the cusp of when everything became banned and rules and schools changed. I'm not in any way saying that this is a bad thing. I remember my kindergarten teacher smoking on field trips. I also had the opportunity to grow up in a very small town. The kind of town that just felt smaller after leaving. A true stereotypical town where every teacher gives the athletes a bunch of extra credit work, the same extra credit work, so that they can keep turning it in over and over to legitimize their passing grade in the class. I was kind of a bully, sad to say, and I know I hurt a lot of feelings. I did say stereotypical, right? Well, since high school, I've grown from my bully ways, and I understand why I was the way I was. I'm a spiritually better person since moving away from my small town, but some of the shit that we used to get away with was wild. Though this story isn't exactly something we got away with, at least not me. This incident actually got a lot of people in trouble. Should have been way more trouble than what actually occurred, but I digress. Here we go. Some crazy shit I saw in high school back in the 90s. Our school had 2 floors. Floor 1 had a gym, commons, library. It also held the 9th and 10th grade classrooms. Upstairs held the 11th and 12th grade classrooms. These floors are connected by a handicap elevator that one exceptionally unhealthy teacher used, along with a tall set of wide concrete steps. It's technically 2 flights of steps to get to the 2nd floor. It's a tall climb that I would make multiple times every day. The 2nd floor is basically a long hallway, with classrooms and lockers on either side. At the end of the hallway is a glass exit door, and the other end is a large open space that overlooks the 1st floor commons area. Homecoming night. I'm part of the homecoming royalty. The night of our home game, we're supposed to walk out on the field during halftime, where they reveal the king and the queen. They're crowned, then we have to run off the muddy field in our nice suits and dresses, while the visiting team begins to run out onto the field and begin to warm up for the 2nd part of the game. I wasn't voted queen, but my best friend Nikki was, and that means our group's party still got the royal treatment on dance night. 6 coupons for Red Lobster, and a limo to take us from there to the dance. Trust me, for the time, this was epic. Our inflated sense of selves arrived at the dance, thinking we were movie stars or something, hopping out of the only stretch limousine the town had ever seen. The dance was at our school gym, so looking back, it makes me laugh how epic we thought all of this was. Well, that's the innocent stuff. Most of the night we were able to hang out behind the scenes in the commons area. It wouldn't be until later that we'd be walked on stage and do some grand gesture. Another thing we inflated into oblivion. Egos were at full capacity that night. But before all of that, before the grand royal entrance, all of us were hanging out unsupervised in our designated back area. Some of the boys were throwing a football up and down the 2nd floor balcony. Every so often we'd peek out at the crowd and laugh at all of the other kids having a good time. You know, because mean. In reality, they were actually doing what they wanted to, whereas I got to see 2 meatheads throw a football at each other. When I heard Spice Girls come on, Nikki and I joked, pretending to know and lip-sync all of the lyrics and dance moves from the music video. Then in runs a freshman that's also on the football team, but not on homecoming court. He was sent to tell us all that we need to be ready on floor 1 in 10 minutes. He announces to the group, and the homecoming king, a slightly not sober one, I might add, looks over the banister and tells the kid to come upstairs. The kid does so, running up the tall flights of stairs to reach His Majesty. When he gets to the top, he walks over to where Nate's standing. Then Nate points a finger in the kid's direction, and he says, "Freshman, do a dance for our enjoyment. He starts moving around along with the beat of the music through the wall. After a minute, Nate tells him to stop and face the people below. The freshman turns and looks down to us lounging in the first floor commons. We all jokingly boo the kid. Then Nate comes up behind the kid and grabs him off of his feet, holding him like a baby, and then lifting him over the railing of the balcony. Below, we all think it's the funniest thing ever. None of our combined teen brains could predict whatever could possibly happen. Then, my stomach dropped when the kid's awkward laughing changed to screams for Nate to stop and begging him to be set back down. As Nate holds the struggling freshman over the railing, he calls out to the crowd, asks if the kid's dance moves appeased us. There's a mixture of laughter and thumbs down being thrown in their direction. He tells the freshman, "Well, you heard him." Then he acts like he's going to toss the kid off. This joking jiggle makes the kid squirm so fierce, he actually managed to push himself from Nate's arms while he was still suspended in the air. Nate drops the freshman, and all of us watch in shock as he drops. His legs hit the trophy case, and he spun like a helicopter landing on the ground with a loud smack bounce. The freshman's arm stiffened out in front of him, then he went limp on the ground. By now, I was in a full-blown panic. Everything happened so fast, I couldn't believe we'd just seen that. My first thought was to grab an adult, but as I see Nikki already en route, I decided to see if the kid was okay. Nate stays upstairs, looking down at what he'd just done. He keeps saying, "I didn't mean to drop him. It was an accident," over and over again. The kid was conscious, but I told him not to move. I wasn't sure if that was the right thing to do, but it's the only thing I'd ever seen any medical professional tell someone to do after a fall. Minutes after the kid's fall, teachers and chaperones are swarming the area, telling all of the kids to leave. There's an ambulance parked outside the gymnasium, and medics are running through the dance, bringing the rest of the evening's festivities to a halt. Literally, the least cool thing anyone could do, and we did it. We have to tell the medics and the principal what happened, and that night, police arrest Nate. He's out by the next day, and that Saturday morning, police were now at my door, taking me in for questioning. If the kid died, they had a murder case on their hands, and they were looking to wrap it up quickly. Homecoming King Nate told the police that I coerced him into putting the freshman in that predicament, giving the thumbs down and telling Nate, and I quote, "Drop him backwards." This obviously wasn't true. The other kids they interviewed also had stories in line with mine. But Nate was our big football star. He had a game the next week and scholarships to any college he wanted. The staff couldn't very well let him go out like this. When a few of the faculty that were chaperoning the dance were interviewed, it was mentioned that I was a troublemaker and a bully. Nate had been manipulated into fulfilling my orders to drop the child for my sadistic enjoyment. It was absolutely fucked what they pulled on me. Nate was able to walk away from this with his reputation squeaky clean. The kid survived, and it was all ruled an accident in the final report. But I was thrown to the wolves so that freshman's parents wouldn't go after the school any further. They wanted blood for their child, and I was chosen for the chopping block. I wasn't allowed to attend my graduation, and with bullying and hazing on my records, the few colleges I had wanted to attend all turned down my letters of interest I'd written in hopes they'd overlook those red-inked words. One college, last on my list, and probably last on a bunch of lists. They let me in, but the sororities saw me as a risky pledge, and I had to live in a dorm the year and a half I attended. Here I am in my 40s, and still a bit bitter about Nate, but I do have a bit of knowledge that allowed me to accept the balance of the world and move on. Plus, I got myself a whole new group of friends, a whole new outlook on life after this whole thing happened. I was determined to be nothing like I was, and to make sure the company I keep reflects my own values, and so on. That's what growing up is about. It's just that hopefully you learn it without seriously injuring another human. Also, I'm not proud this makes me smile because I'm not a sociopath, but Nate's sophomore year of college, he blew out his knee in the first game of the season. Did it change my situation? Not in any way. Did it change Nate's? Yeah. And somehow, some way, my injustice was righted. Hakuna Matata, but only after revenge. It was the summer of 1984. Paul and I were fresh out of college, feeling rebellious and broke. So when we planned our cross-country trip, we avoided motels like the plague. We were using the classifieds in a small-town newspaper to find cheap, private lodgings. That's how I found the Oak Haven Retreat, a hand-scrawled ad promising a rustic cabin in the woods of rural Oregon for $50 a week. It sounded like an adventure. The cabin was exactly as advertised, remote. You drove 10 miles down a dirt road that felt like it hadn't seen a grader since the war. The place was a tiny, cedar-shingled box, smelling faintly like pine needles and dampness. The key was exactly where the owner, a man named Mr. Silas, whom we'd only spoken to over the phone, said it would be, under a rusty watering can on the porch. The first 2 days were idyllic. We spent the time hiking and reading, surviving on canned chili and a sense of freedom that only true isolation can provide. The only real inconvenience was the cold at night, which meant relying heavily on the old wood-burning stove in the corner. On Tuesday evening, I took on the job of getting the fire going, while Paul went down to the well to fill the drinking jugs that had run out by now. I opened the stove's heavy cast-iron door and pulled out the old kindling box from underneath. It was packed with thin splinters of dried cedar, and as I sifted through the wood to find the driest pieces, my fingers snagged on something. It wasn't wood at all. Tucked deep in the sawdust and bark was a small, oblong piece of white paper. Folded so tightly it felt like a tiny block of wood itself. I unfolded it carefully. It wasn't a grocery list or a note from Mr. Silas. It was a desperate, messy scrawl written in pencil. The handwriting was shaky, fragmented, and clearly done in haste. He knows I saw the truck. Don't drink the well water. My name is Anna. My first thought was that it was a prank or an elaborate joke left by a previous tenant to spook the next guest. But the dread that washed over me was too immediate and heavy to dismiss. The pencil marks were hard-pressed into the paper, the lines uneven, suggesting the writer had been crying or rushing. I stood there, the paper trembling in my hands, as Paul came stomping in, setting the full water jug on the counter. "What's wrong?" he asked, seeing my face. I showed him the note. He read it once and then again. His easygoing smile instantly vanished. "Anna? Who the hell's Anna? This can't be real." "The water, Paul. You just brought in a jug of it," I whispered, glancing at the counter. We stared at the well water and then at the note. If the message about the water was a warning, the first line was the threat. He knows I saw the truck. I looked around the cabin. It felt less like a rustic retreat and more like a flimsy trap. Paul immediately went to the front window. The cabin was high up on a ridge, and through the tall, dense pines, you could usually see nothing but more forest. But that night, as the last of the daylight bled from the sky, Paul let out a low sound. "You've got to be kidding me," he muttered. I rushed over to his side. hidden about 50 yards down the slope. Parked just behind a cluster of 3 thick pines was a vehicle. It was a rusty, dark green pickup truck, faded and covered in mud. It looked old, maybe 50s, early 60s. And more importantly, it was definitely not there when we arrived. All in all, it was exactly the kind of remote, beaten-up vehicle you'd expect to be described in a cryptic warning found in a fireplace. It was parked strategically, far enough away to be concealed from the cabin itself, but close enough for the driver to watch the cabin unobserved. "That truck," Paul said, his voice flat. The note writer saw that truck. The terror wasn't in the note itself or even the truck. It was in the sudden, horrifying realization that we'd stumbled right into the middle of someone else's nightmare. The cabin wasn't vacant. It was a set piece in a terrible drama, and we'd taken the stage, it seemed. We didn't need to discuss what to do next. We moved in a panicked, silent efficiency. We left the chili on the stove, anything to make it seem like we were staying. We pulled our bags off the hooks, shoved our clothes in them, and grabbed our car keys. We closed the stove door and then quietly, slowly, crept to the back door, the one that led away from the direction of the truck. Once outside, we bolted. We didn't use the main path. We plunged straight into the trees behind the cabin, tearing through the brush and pine needles, running parallel to the dirt road for half a mile until we hit the highway. We burst onto the asphalt, covered in scratches and adrenaline, and piled into our beat-up sedan. Paul drove with a frantic, desperate speed that was terrifying in its own right. We didn't stop until we reached the lights of the next city, almost 3 hours later. We went straight to the police station and presented the crumpled note and told them everything. The local police were skeptical, but Paul insisted on leaving the note with them and giving them Mr. Silas's contact information. We spent the next week camping in a national park hundreds of miles away, waiting. The call finally came late the following week. The officer on the line sounded grim. They had gone out to the cabin. They found the chili on the stove. They found the well, which they were testing. They found the rusty green pickup truck abandoned down the hill. Most chillingly, they found another car on the property, buried under debris. Its license plate led them to a missing person report that was filed several months earlier for a woman named Anna. The case was now considered a suspected homicide. I still keep the faint image of that note in my mind, a constant reminder of how thin the barrier is between a peaceful adventure and an absolute nightmare. We walked right into that terrible scenario, and only a desperate, silent plea from the past saved us from becoming another footnote in the cabin's dark history. The first classroom I taught in was haunted, or whatever you'd call it, by something more than just a ghost. It was evil, and it only went after the children. I used to teach preschool, and had been in the Reading School District since 2001. I left this preschool job shortly after all of this started happening. I'd been at the school for almost 2 years up to this point. 2 years of no events, and then suddenly, all hell seemed to break loose. I'd just moved into my new classroom, one that was tucked away on the east side of the building. It was smaller than most, but in fairness, my class was also the smallest, and I was technically the newest teacher on staff still. The room, it smelled a bit like mildew, as it had been previously used as storage. I did everything I could to make that room feel warm, but sadly it never did. Within the first weeks of kids being back in class, I was just getting to know my new kids, and so naturally this period of time just comes with a lot of learning about each kid, what makes them tick, their learning styles, where each kid is at with speech, etc. All of my kids were incredibly hesitant to use the sink inside the classroom. I assumed that they were adverse to washing their hands or water, so I taught them all the importance of hand washing in the big bathroom. And oddly enough, none of them seemed to have that same problem. Only they did again once we were back inside the classroom. 2 kids ended up with injuries before we'd made it through the first month, but it's the way the injuries occurred that caused me pause. The first child, it happened quite literally in front of me, but there was nothing to explain how it happened. The child was standing in front of myself and a group of kids. They were showing everyone how to do the itsy bitsy spider hand motions for the song. They weren't nailing it, of course, but it was cute and fun that a student had something they could share with everyone. As they're standing practically perfectly still, aside from their hands, I watch as this kid's shirt collar is pulled away from his neck by some sort of invisible force, only to then proceed to yank the child backwards, pulling them down to the ground. Everyone sort of jumps back, inching closer to where I'm sitting. I plunged forward to grab the child, who's understandably upset. As I'm consoling one child, the others gather even closer than before, and one of my kids, the strongest talker of the group, says, "Why did she hurt William, Miss Reese?" I didn't know how to answer the children, but I understand there's a time to lie and a time to tell the truth. So I said sometimes when the floor is wet, we can slip if we're not careful. All of the kids looked at me with a disappointing or disapproving look on their face, but I stood my ground and switched the subject to snack time. The second injury was just a couple of days after the first, but this one I didn't actually see, not fully. In our class, we have these cubbies that line the south wall of the classroom. They aren't very tall. I can reach on top of them very easily, but for preschoolers, they might as well be on top of the fridge. They aren't getting up there. As I'm helping one child with their coat, a little girl near the cubbies can suddenly be heard crying. I swiveled around, and there was blood streaming down her face. And it wasn't just her crying. There were several kids near her as well. There were a few other kids following me to the scene, and they were saying things like, "It flew," or "Why did she do that to her?" etc. Questions and comments that I didn't really understand, but I did search around for what could have hit the girl in the mouth. It was a wooden block. They're relatively heavy, definitely not meant to be thrown, but they were also clear on the other side of the room. The good talker of the class asks me something that at first meant nothing, but soon it changed everything. "Maybe we play with the board, Miss Reese. Maybe if we play, she'll leave us alone, Miss Reese." I didn't clarify. I just said something like, "We can't play a game right now, buddy. Maybe tomorrow?" But when I turned to face the kid, he's pointing at the ceiling above the sink. Still, I didn't react because I still didn't really understand what games would be up in the ceiling. I said as much, got the kids to their parents, and then I went back to my classroom to close up. Standing in my classroom that time, I couldn't take my eyes off the area near the sink, specifically the ceiling. It had bothered kids or grabbed their attention one way or another since class had started. I don't know about your classrooms, but mine consists of ceiling tiles that are easily removable and lightweight. Just push and they pop up. I knew I couldn't leave that classroom until I checked above the sink, so I found a small ladder and opened up one of the ceiling tiles. I didn't see anything, felt around a bit, just dusty. So I lifted another, and this time I did find something. A Ouija board. By the looks of it, an old one. I put it down almost as quickly as I picked it up. I didn't know much about this stuff to understand how dangerous it was, but I'd never heard anything great about them. I almost left it there. But this thing, whatever it was attacking kids. I couldn't let that continue. At the very least, I couldn't let the board stay. So I threw it away in the school's large dumpster. Several months would go by. No more strange events or injuries. Instead, I found the board again, tucked in the ceiling near the sink. I wouldn't have even thought to look again until my talker told me the board was back. I laughed, didn't even acknowledge it. Instead, I acted normal for the remainder of the day, and then immediately looked again once the kids were gone. I once again took the board to the dumpsters, only this time I decided to cut it up. The thing was practically falling apart on its own, so a couple tears and it was dust. I told my janitor what I'd done, asked that he keep an eye on the classroom for strange activity. He shrugged and went on his way, but for some reason, I couldn't bring myself to go back to that classroom. I called the next morning to inform my boss that I was going to have to visit family in Utah for a family emergency. A few days after that, I put in my 2 weeks' notice. Since I wasn't ever going back, I figured I'd be honest with her. Naturally, she didn't believe me, and instead probably thought that she'd gotten lucky, someone like me leaving on my own accord. But God, I'm so curious if she ever looked in the ceiling, and even more curious if it was still there. I mean, I'll never know because, well, I'm never going back. New moms already get labeled as tired or hormonal or overwhelmed, and I was all of those things, but I was also right. I knew what I heard that night was strange and real. Our daughter was 3 weeks old. We were staying at my in-laws' place because they insisted that they could help us sleep and recover. Their house sits on 5 acres at the end of a long gravel driveway, with a big field out back and a tree line that swallows whatever light the porch tries to throw at it. The first couple of nights were uneventful, just the usual newborn chaos, cluster feeding, half dreaming, dozing, the weird way every pipe in an unfamiliar house makes a different noise. I kept telling myself that the nighttime panic would pass once my body remembered how to be a person again. Then around 2 a.m., on a Tuesday, while I was half sitting up in bed feeding the baby, I heard a child crying outside. Not an infant. This wasn't that sharp, breathy newborn cry. This was a little older, toddler maybe, wavering, like whoever it was had been crying long enough to be tired, even though I'd just started hearing it. I froze mid-rock. The window next to me was cracked open a few inches because we overheated the room earlier that day. The crying was drifting in through that gap, faint, but obviously a child, outside. I leaned toward the window, holding my breath to listen harder. And for a second, I thought, this is the sleep deprivation. This is my brain pretending. So I whispered to my husband, "Wake up. Listen. Tell me if you hear that." He sat up, hair sticking straight up. He blinked at me like I was speaking Greek. "Do you hear that?" I repeated. "Crying outside." He rubbed his face and said, "Honey, there's nobody out there. It's late. You're just..." And right as he said that, the crying got louder. He heard it. I saw the recognition hit his eyes. He wasn't confused anymore. He wasn't humoring me. He heard it. He got out of bed so fast he stumbled. "Where's it coming from?" he asked, already reaching toward the window like he could grab the sound. "I don't know," I said. "But I think I see something by the tree line." And I did. It was this hulking shadow. Clearly not a tree. Not some small animal either. And certainly not a child. Perhaps something large, carrying a child. "Don't go out there," I told him. "Please, don't go." He was already halfway into his jeans. The crying kept drifting, thin and echoing, like it was in the yard but moving, or shifting direction without footsteps. Before he could reach the back door, we heard footsteps in the hallway. It was his parents. They must have heard me panicking. His dad pushed open our door and whispered, "What's wrong? What happened?" My husband said, "Do you hear that? There's a kid outside." They listened. Silence for 3 seconds. Then the crying came again, and it was louder. Right near the tree line, behind the house, closest to it. My mother-in-law ran to a window and put her hand over her mouth. My father-in-law followed and muttered something like, "That's odd." My husband and I shuffled toward the back sliding door, like we were part of one animal, nobody wanting to be the first to stand closest to the glass. The crying had stopped and started in odd intervals, like a recording being played by someone who didn't understand how crying works or how humans breathe. But we were all looking at the same thing. It was this outline of something huge, as in taller than the shed it was standing next to now. It was broad, shoulders really high, like they were attached at the wrong place. A torso that didn't narrow where it should, long arms that looked like they dangled too close to the ground. But it was also completely still. And the crying, it was coming from that shape. My stomach dropped so quickly that I gripped the back of a chair nearby. My husband whispered, "What the hell is that?" But none of us had words big enough or small enough or sane enough to answer. "We're calling the police," my father-in-law said. "Right now. It could be someone messing around or somebody hurt, but nobody goes out there." My mother-in-law was already dialing, telling dispatch that we heard a child crying and a large figure near the woods. She didn't even try to describe it. Just said a person or an animal or something big. By the time the deputies arrived, lights sweeping across the field, the silhouette was long gone. The crying had stopped the moment we started turning on all of the lights outside. The police searched the property, the woods, the ditch beyond the trees, the shed, the chicken coop, walked the field with flashlights slicing through the grass for hours. And they found nothing, not even footprints or trampled brush. There were no animals large enough to match the height of what we saw. It's just not possible. But there's no evidence that anyone had ever been there, regardless of its size. One deputy came back scratching his head and asked if maybe we heard a fox and saw a weird shadow. But foxes don't stand 8 feet tall at the tree line. And a fox doesn't cry like a toddler, calling for their mom. Not possible. He could see in our faces that this wasn't a fox story. He took our names, told us to lock up for the night, drove away slower than they usually do, I'm sure. We didn't go back to sleep. We moved into the guest room with the baby, shut the door, and listened to every creak that the old house had to offer. Every window felt like a mouth, and every shadow felt alive. I kept thinking, whatever that thing was, I think it knew we had a baby. It wanted our attention. The next morning we packed and we went home early. It was finally time. My in-laws understood. I mean, we all saw the same impossible silhouette at the tree line. So they didn't bother asking if I'd imagined it. Still, what did we see? I wrote the original details of this event in my private field journal in 1957. I'm posting this now, nearly 7 decades later, because I've reached an age where I no longer fear professional reprisal. The official report filed with the U.S. Forest Service mentioned a localized lightning strike and chemical burn, a narrative I was heavily encouraged to uphold. Given the recent resurgence of interest in certain cold case phenomena, I believe this record must be shared, regardless of my professional standing. This occurred in the fall of 1957, deep in the Monongahela National Forest in West Virginia, and I was serving as a junior liaison for a private timber operation. responsible for surveying potential new cutting lines near a remote peak. My crew consisted of 2 loggers who we'll call Frank and Billy. We were a 3-day hike from the nearest fire road. Our final night on the ridge was when the phenomena began. Around 1:30 a.m., I was woken up by an intense, silent illumination. I initially thought that it was a flare, a distress signal from a distant civilian pilot. I rushed out of the tent. The light wasn't coming from the sky. It was coming from over the next ridge, about a mile away. It was a silent, brilliant, pure green-white flash. It lasted maybe 3 seconds, followed by a dense, metallic smell on the wind, like ozone mixed with sulfur. We called out, checked our radio, but found nothing, and eventually attributed it to a strange electrical storm that we didn't hear. The next morning, however, that changed everything. We found the spot where the light originated. It was a small, circular clearing, maybe 50 feet in diameter, where the forest floor was scorched. But the burn was unlike anything caused by lightning or wildfire. The damage was confined solely to the forest floor, extending in a perfect ring. The grass, soil, and small shrubs were baked to a brittle brown crust. Crucially, every tree inside the circle was untouched, but every pine needle on the ground was gone, vanished. The whole area smelled intensely of ozone and burnt copper. We spent the afternoon mapping the site. Frank was digging a soil sample near the perimeter when he unearthed a clump of strange, gelatinous black residue. It was sticky, warm to the touch, and it rapidly dissolved when exposed to the air. We documented the finding, deciding to return to camp early. The atmosphere felt wrong, heavy, pressing, and too silent. It was Billy who first called it out, with the usual sounds of the forest, the wind through the pines, the cicadas. It was all absent. That night was when the entity was seen. We had a small fire going, and around 10 p.m., again, Billy noticed it first. He pointed, his hand shaking so violently that he dropped his coffee cup. "Look up," he whispered, "above the notch." Above the highest ridge to the north, silently and perfectly suspended, was a shape. It seemed enormous. I estimate its height was at least 10 feet. It wasn't hovering in the air. It was suspended just above the tallest pine trees, maybe 70 feet up. The creature was roughly humanoid, but impossibly tall and tapered. It was shrouded in what looked like heavy black pleated fabric or a dark vinyl. It had no discernible head or neck, but instead a cowl or a hood that seemed to be formed from stiff, bright metallic plating. This plating wasn't reflective, though. It was matte, dark, bronze, and shaped like an ace of spades. It was absolutely silent, hovering with unnatural stillness, backlit only by the moon itself. The terror wasn't just visual, it was physical. As I stared up, my hearing suddenly overloaded. I wasn't hearing a voice or a roar. I was hearing a continuous, paralyzing electronic hum. A sound that vibrated not in my ears, but in my bones, my skull. It felt like my teeth were vibrating, that they would fall out any minute. Then, the true horror. A series of 3 or 4 bright green-white lights appeared on the creature's chest. They pulsed slowly, not like a lantern, but like a gauge or a heart monitor. The moment they lit up, I felt a wave of agonizing paralysis rush through my body. I couldn't move my arms. I couldn't speak. I couldn't even turn to look at the others. I could only stand there, staring while that high-pitched electronic hum vibrated through me. I remember thinking, it's surveying us. The creature floated there for what felt like 10 minutes, those green lights pulsing, the paralyzing hum continuing. And then, without a sound or motion to signal its departure, the lights clicked off, and the figure simply vanished. It didn't fly away. It was just gone. When the hum stopped, the paralysis broke, and I collapsed. That's when I noticed Billy and Frank were already lying on the ground, retching, sobbing. They couldn't remember anything after seeing the metallic shape. They had a complete gap in their memory, covering the entire paralysis event. They only remembered the initial shock of seeing the figure and the subsequent wave of nausea. I was the only one who remembered the metallic hood, the 3 lights. I was the only one who remembered anything. We abandoned the camp immediately, stumbling out of the forest into the dark. I never spoke of the lights or the paralysis to the authorities. They asked about the scorched earth, and I told them the lie about the lightning strike. To this day, I believe that the creature's paralyzing hum and the flashing lights were not a threat, but a form of localized scanning, an energy field that temporarily wiped the consciousness of anyone it deemed insignificant. It seemed to need our energy. Maybe it's because I chose to write a lot of things down, but I remember it all, 22 years later. That perfect circle, that towering metallic shape. It was silently observing us like we were biological samples to be documented and forgotten. Alien? I don't know. But if anyone else has ever encountered an object that emitted an electronic hum in the 1950s, I need to know if you also experienced the memory lapse. This is a strange one, so bear with me. The first time it happened, I thought I was just tired. It was nearly midnight, and I was walking my dog Murphy, who insists on a 3rd bathroom break before bed, like he's got a contract with nature. Our neighborhood is quiet. You hear the hum of streetlights and insects over traffic, that's for sure. It was one of those heavy, still nights, humid, no wind. The only real movement was the occasional flicker of a moth. We were coming up on the old Johnson place. They'd moved out maybe 6 months ago. Foreclosure, I think. House was still empty. Grass high enough to lose a toddler in. And right there at the edge of the yard stood their old black mailbox, leaning slightly. The little red flag broke off long ago. Then a giggle. Just a tiny one. Childlike. Like the start of a laugh before someone remembers they're supposed to be quiet. It came from the direction of the mailbox. Murphy froze, his ears perked. I figured maybe a kid was hiding in the bushes or someone left a Bluetooth speaker out. But then it came again, longer this time. Not a giggle, but a weird, breathy laugh. Almost conversational. Like 2 people whisper laughing together during a boring meeting. I stood there, just staring at the damn mailbox. It was the only thing there. There was no movement anywhere, but the laughter kept going in short bursts. Every time I stepped closer, it went quiet, and every time I backed up, it would start again. I pulled out my phone and hit record. I wasn't even scared at this point, just annoyed that a mailbox might be gaslighting me. I walked slowly towards it, keeping the camera trained dead center. The laughter stopped. Nothing moved, not a sound, not even a cricket. Murphy whined and pulled towards home. I took the hint. When I got back, I watched the footage. There I was, walking up to the mailbox, pausing, clearly reacting to something. My face was a mix of curiosity and concern, but the audio, silent. Nothing. Not even ambient noise, just dead air. The next night I waited, walked Murphy at the exact same time. We took the same route. When we reached the mailbox, I stopped. And this time, I saw something small, maybe the size of a squirrel, but too upright and too quick, slipped out of the open slot and darted across the grass. It moved like it had knees. I swear I saw tiny arms. It paused at the tree line and then zipped further away before I could even think of pulling my phone out. I stood there, stunned. It was too small to be a person, too smooth to be an animal. I couldn't explain it. And worse, I couldn't prove it. So I did what anyone else would do. I called my big sister. The next night she came over. I explained the whole thing. Giggles, shadows, squirrel-sized goblins. And I could tell she didn't quite buy it. Still, she humored me. We walked Murphy together, stopped in front of the mailbox. Nothing. I felt ridiculous. We waited a solid 10 minutes, walked in a circle, came back. No laughter, no movement. I think you need sleep, she said. Or iron. Frustrated, I gave up. She walked on ahead to the end of the block while I scooped after Murphy. A minute later, she came jogging back. Okay, I heard it, she said, winded. Right after I passed it. Like, right after. It laughed. We rushed back. She opened the mailbox. Empty. But she did look pale. You believe me now? She nodded slowly. Yeah, it was like someone laughing inside the mailbox. My sister says she won't go near the thing anymore. And honestly, I don't really blame her. Me, I'm a little more whimsical than her, and I'm a little less scared knowing that she heard it too. I've left little offerings, crackers, shiny things. They disappear sometimes. Other times they're just gone and replaced by nothing but that familiar, distant snickering. I still hear it sometimes. I still walk Murphy past it, always on the opposite side of the street now. Sometimes I see that little blur dart in and out. I've never caught it on camera, never seen it clearly in the light. But I know it's definitely real. The creepiest part, it doesn't feel evil, it just feels amused. Like it's in on some joke and everyone else is the punchline. You know how some houses just feel old? Not just structurally, but heavy. Like they've absorbed too much time and too many arguments. Our house, bought cheap outside of Asheville, was like that. 3 stories of clapboard and silence, sitting on 5 acres of forgotten subland. My wife Sara and I moved in last spring. Everything was pretty perfect, especially for the first 2 months. Unpacking, painting, arguing over where to put the hideous antique desk we inherited. It was actually fun. Then the house started showing us things. It started small. Sara would be in the kitchen, humming, and she'd glance out the side window over the sink, the one that looks out into the overgrown path leading to the shed, and she'd see him, the watcher. He was always perfectly framed by the window, never too close, never too far. A man, tall and unnaturally gaunt. He wore clothes that looked too heavy for the season, dark gray, rough wool, maybe, and a wide-brimmed hat that cast his face into shadow. He stood utterly still, just looking at the house. For a while, it was only Sara that could see him. So you can imagine, it started out a bit rough. The first time, she screamed and dropped a plate. I came running. When I looked, there was nothing. Just the thick rhododendrons and the messy yard. He was there, Ben, she insisted, her voice shaking. He was so thin, just staring. He'd appear at the living room window, framed by the old, slightly warped glass. This is where I'd see him. I'd be reading, catch a slight movement in my peripheral. And there he'd be, still, immobile, always facing the house, his posture rigid and formal. He didn't look at me exactly. He looked through the house, at something beyond me. We called the police, of course, twice. They drove the perimeter, looked for footprints. There were none, even when the ground was muddy. And they gently suggested that we were seeing things. That, of course, discouraged us from calling them again. The stress became a blanket over the house. We started keeping all the curtains drawn tight, even during the day. It made the house dark and close, but it felt safer somehow. One night, the fear escalated into pure, blinding panic. We were upstairs in the master bedroom on the second floor. It's the back corner room, overlooking the deep woods. Sara was getting ready for bed. I was scrolling on my phone. She froze and her eyes were fixed on the tall window next to the dresser. "He's here," she whispered. I didn't argue this time. The air in the room had gone heavy. I looked towards the window. And there he was, the watcher. He was standing outside, looking up at our window. This was impossible. The window was a solid 20 feet off the ground. He wasn't on a ladder or a roof. He was suspended there, his feet dangling slightly, his gaunt frame unnervingly stable. The shadow from his hat was deep, but I could make out the sharp downward curve of his mouth, a look of profound, eternal disapproval. I grabbed the bedside lamp. I actually screamed at him, "Get out of here. Get away from here." And I rushed toward the window, ready to smash the glass. Just as I reached the sill, he vanished. Not a fast disappearance, but an instant silent poof, like he'd just been erased. Sara was sobbing. She was huddled near the closet. I spent the rest of the night wide awake, sitting guard with the fireplace poker, convinced that this levitating person was real, that they were going to break in. We called the realtor the next morning. We were leaving, but we needed one final sanity check. While packing up in the kitchen, I noticed something strange about the window over the sink. The very first place that Sara had seen him. The glass was old, wavy, a little greasy from years of cooking. In the late afternoon light, the reflection was strong. As I was wiping it clean, I saw my own reflection distorted in the glass. Behind my shoulder, perfectly framed by the window, the watcher. I whirled around, but nothing. I looked back at the glass and he was still there, reflected right behind me. I understood. He was never outside. He wasn't looking in. The watcher was a reflection, a presence that had bonded to the house, an entity that stood perpetually inside the structure, using the windows like mirrors to look out at the world that he was trapped in. Every time we saw him, we thought he was outside because he was looking at the house. He was looking at his prison. And so I thought, when he appeared at the second-story window, he wasn't floating. He was standing on the second-story floor, right behind us, staring at his own reflection and ours in the light. Night shifts on high-rise jobs are different. The city's quiet below, just the hum of generators and the wind whistling through unfinished floors. It's usually peaceful, just you and the iron, welding steel into the sky. This was a new tower, maybe 45 stories going up in the financial district. Still mostly skeleton. I was up on the 40th, maybe 41st floor with my buddy Mike. We were doing a late tie-in, stitching up a couple of big beams before the concrete crew came in the next day. It was foggy, thick as soup, which made the city lights below look like smudges of yellow paint on wet glass. Everything felt kind of ghostly. Mike was on the far side of the beam, torching. I was finishing up a tricky overhead weld, sparks showering down into the abyss. The wind was whipping around, carrying the smell of ozone and wet concrete. And that's when I heard it. A sound that didn't belong. It was wet, slithering, a dragging noise, like something heavy and soft being pulled across raw steel. And it was coming from above us, the 42nd floor, which was just bare with crossbeams, nothing but air and iron up there. I pulled my helmet up, squinting through the fog. Mike was still focused on his weld, the bright arc of his torch blinding him to everything else. I strained my eyes, trying to pierce the gloom. I saw something moving along the edge of the horizontal I-beam, maybe 50 feet above us. This wasn't human, not by a long shot. It was too long and thin, moving in this awful, fluid way. Like a spider, but built on a man-sized frame. The way its limbs articulated, the way that it clung to the sheer side of the steel. It was all bad. Silhouetted against the diffused city glow, it looked like a stretched-out shadow, barely visible in the fog. But then, as it shifted, I caught a glint. Something pale and sharp, almost like teeth, though I couldn't tell where its head was supposed to be. It paused. I swear, it just paused, and it felt like it was looking right at me. I was frozen, the welding gun heavy in my hand. My guts were screaming, but my brain was just short-circuiting. What the hell was that thing? Instinct finally took over. I slammed my welding mask back down, plunged my vision into the green-tinted darkness, pretending to still be working. Pretending to be working, running a bead across nothing. I kept my breath even. I tried to make my hands look busy, but every nerve in my body was screaming. I heard it again, closer this time. A faint clicking sound, like long, hard fingernails tapping on metal. It was directly above my head, just for a second. And then silence. An even worse silence than before. I swear I didn't breathe for a full minute. My whole body was rigid. I could feel sweat trickling down my back despite the cold. Then Mike's voice crackled over the comms, startling the hell out of me. "Yo, Frankie, you done with that? Foreman wants us down for break." The sound of his voice was normal and mundane. It snapped me out of it, though. I nearly dropped my gun. I fumbled to kill my torch. Then I started scrambling for the nearest safety line, moving faster than I ever had on the beam. My heart was pounding like a jackhammer. I didn't look up again, and I didn't look back. I just focused on getting to safety. My hands were shaking so bad, I almost missed the latch for the safety cage. Down on the ground, back in the brightly lit shanty, I just mumbled something about being tired. Mike joked about me getting old. I didn't say a word. The next morning, before anyone else got up there, I made an excuse to go back to that floor. Just me. I found the beam where I'd seen it. No footprints, obviously. Nothing that explained it. But there was this residue. A faint, almost invisible greasy film on the top of the flaying of the steel, where I'd seen it pause. It smelled metallic there, like burnt copper wire, mixed with something else I couldn't quite place, like old stagnant water, but sharper. I wiped it off with my gloves and threw the glove in the dumpster. I don't know what it was. I just know that it moves on steel where men are supposed to move. and it moves like men don't. It doesn't belong. I transferred to another site a week later, 30 years on iron, and I've never seen anything like it. I don't want to again, either. Maybe 10 years ago, give or take, I was 22, freshly out of college, and still in that phase where all of your friends think that renting a giant cabin in the middle of nowhere is a good idea. There were 8 of us total, some from high school, some from college, all trying to pretend like we hadn't grown apart yet. We split the cost of this weird but cheap rental. It was in the Catskills. It looked rustic in the listing photos, but had enough beds, a fire pit, a hot tub. We figured it was perfect. There was a door in the hallway that was padlocked shut. I'm talking big industrial-style lock, and a do not open sign duct taped to it. The listing hadn't mentioned a basement at all. When we asked the rental manager, she said that it was for storage and that it must stay closed. Okay, fine. Creepy, but whatever. First night, we partied like idiots. Loud music, drinking games, the usual. But in the middle of the first night, we heard banging. Not like someone knocking, like someone slamming their body against a wall. Deep, rhythmic thuds coming from the hallway. We checked the whole house, didn't find anything. My friend Justin made a joke about something trying to get out of the basement, but his laugh was kind of shaky. Everyone else pretended not to notice. And then the next night, it got colder, like unnaturally cold. We were wearing our jackets inside. The thermostat was set to 73, but the place felt like a meat locker. We blamed the draft until we saw our breath starting to fog in the hallway, right in front of that door. And that's when the whispering started. I wasn't the first one to hear it, but my friend Melanie said that she'd woken up to the sound of someone talking through the floorboards. A woman's voice, muffled but close, repeating something. Said it sounded like, "Let me finish it." We all brushed it off. Maybe she dreamed it. Maybe the place had rats. We joked about haunted basements and passed the bottle around. But on the third night, someone unlocked the door. We don't know who. The padlock was on the floor, open. No one admitted to touching it. I was sure that we didn't even have the key. The basement was pitch black. No light switch that we could find. Just stairs going down into total dark. And this awful, rotten smell. Like dirt and iron and mold, all mixed together. We should have closed the door or walked away. But Justin, of course, he had to go down there. Said that he was going to prove there was nothing. He went down there with a flashlight and disappeared for maybe 3 minutes. Came back, pale, sweaty, not saying a word. Wouldn't tell us what he saw, wouldn't answer questions, just sat outside and chain smoked in the cold. After that, it seemed like things got worse. He stopped sleeping, started muttering to himself in a voice that didn't sound like his. We found him in the kitchen one morning with a fork in his hand, carving something into the table. He didn't even realize he was doing it. The rest of us, we left that night. Didn't even finish out the weekend. But Justin, he wouldn't come with us. He insisted that he was fine. He was borderline obsessed with that basement. Said that he had work to do. For a while after that, he ghosted all of us. Didn't answer texts, calls, nothing. It was like he dropped off the planet. At first, we were trying to get in touch with him regarding damage charges, but then we were just genuinely worried. Some of us were able to confirm that he was alive, but I guess just not talking to us. We told ourselves that he was going through something, that he needed space. A few weeks later, he came back, showed up in our group chat like nothing had happened, dropping memes, making plans. When we finally got him on the phone, he said that he wasn't sure what was going on during that time. Said things had gotten foggy, that he hadn't felt like himself. I feel better now, he told me. It's weird. I don't even remember what I saw down there, or why I stayed. I didn't press him. No one did, really. It was easier not to. We don't really talk about that trip anymore. Not as a group. I mean, only a few of us stay in touch anyway. But there's this quiet agreement that whatever happened in that house, we just leave it alone. I worked as a cook at a hospital. The kitchen facility was always dark, and I was usually alone when I got there. It was an eerie feeling, being the first one to arrive, prepare breakfast in a dimly lit space. But I never thought much of it until one morning, when things took a turn. As I started to prepare the food, I noticed that items I needed were mysteriously going missing. It felt as though someone was playing a trick on me, moving things around when I wasn't looking, but I was alone. Still, I called out, searching the kitchen, but no one was there. Eventually, I brushed it off as my own mistake, absent-mindedness. But the strange occurrences continued. They happened every day. I was beginning to feel frustrated while also rather unnerved. So, I decided to mentally mark the location of each item before taking my eyes off of them. To my surprise, even with being constantly vigilant, the items still went missing or were misplaced. It became clear that something was trying to communicate something with me, but I couldn't comprehend the intentions. One day, I guess I was visibly distressed or more distracted than usual. A coworker, who's also a friend, noticed and asked what was going on. I hesitantly shared my experiences, and to my relief, she responded and said, "It's happening to you too?" We realized that the same unsettling events had been occurring to her as well. The two of us discussed the strange happenings, trying to make sense of it all. Meanwhile, there was this janitor who worked at the hospital, someone who had always given me an uneasy feeling. There was something peculiar about him. He had an intense fascination with rats, but it went beyond the love and adoration people have for them. He seemed to worship them, proclaiming that humans were the real rats. His obsession with the creatures made me feel uneasy, but out of fear, I tried to make peace with him, always being polite, greeting him whenever I met his presence. Still, he wasn't friendly, only shooting me sarcastic smirks in response. Oftentimes, I felt like he was leaning into his creepiness, trying to create more unease. One morning, driven by curiosity and suspicion, I found myself outside the janitor's closet. As I peered through the slightly ajar door, I witnessed a sight that both terrified and confused me. The janitor was inside, surrounded by a shrine of rat photos and memorabilia, chanting words that I couldn't understand, but I knew them to be Latin. I was much less stealthy as I quickly moved away from the door and back to my area. How was something like this allowed to take place inside a hospital? From that moment on, the activity in the hospital escalated. I couldn't help but feel like it was my fault. I shouldn't have gone snooping. And did he know? The thought scared me, but I remained my normal self, kept up with my greetings, etc. Things continued to go missing, but now, whatever entity was haunting me seemed agitated. It would slam oven doors, knock objects off shelves, all in my presence. I tried my best to set aside my fear and carry on. This wasn't a job I could afford to lose. But then I started hearing a voice that could only be described as demonic. It called my name, taunting me, filling me with a sense of dread like I've never felt in my life. Still, to this day, I've never felt such a feeling, and I survived a major flood in my hometown just 2 years later. This feeling, it goes unmatched. Desperate for answers, I sought out my friend to explain the escalating events. As we spoke, the janitor appeared, staring at us with an intensity that gave us both chills. While walking away, my friend made a comment to the janitor, almost mocking him for his obsession with rats. I don't know why she did this, but right as she did, I grabbed her arm, trying to convey that she should stop. Before he walked away, he turned, cast a malevolent gaze at both of us. Suddenly, the top of the coffee pot in front of us started shaking violently before flying off, landing directly in front of the janitor. Things only got worse from there. A shadow began to manifest, initially appearing in various rooms, but whenever it entered a room, the patient inside would go into a cold blue, often resulting in their demise. It was a horrifying pattern to witness, with the shadow seemingly having a real influence over life and death. Are we the only ones that were seeing this? No, we weren't. One nurse had deemed the hospital haunted, but didn't liken it to the janitor himself. It's always been haunted, she said very nonchalantly. But then there was the doctor that had had a disagreement with the janitor. Moments after their encounter, an obvious and loud one outside of an OR. The doctor, who had been in perfect health, seemed to suddenly collapse to the floor, writhing in pain from kidney stones. It is possible it's completely unrelated, but I didn't like the pattern I was seeing. It was becoming increasingly harder to ignore, increasingly harder to hide my fear. My friend didn't appreciate how scared I had become at work, daily. So instead of taking my advice and ignoring the janitor, she seemed to antagonize him further, telling him to take his voodoo elsewhere. He only laughed, but he would walk by her and shake his hands at her like he was casting some sort of spell, and then would continue laughing as he walked away. My suspicions of the janitor, they grew stronger when he asked me about my friend. He specifically mentioned the rude comment that she had made about rats in his presence. Was he trying to tell me something was wrong with her? Panic consumed me as I frantically searched for my friend. Eventually, I discovered that my friend had experienced a family emergency. The timing and the strange events surrounding it made me question whether the janitor had somehow manifested something evil through his bizarre practices. In the end, overwhelmed by fear and uncertainty, I made the decision to quit my job at that hospital. The experiences I had endured in the presence of the janitor, they tainted my perception of the entire place. As I left, I couldn't help but wonder if the janitor had really unleashed some sort of malevolent force. But I felt extreme relief, never stepping foot in there again. I've been wanting to share my experiences while working at a nursing home several years ago. I'd been employed at that place for several years, but up until my last few weeks working there, I had never believed in anything paranormal. Even working in the nursing field in general, I'd never experienced anything I couldn't explain. The scares that I'd had up to that point were real-life ones. I always liked scary movies, sure, but I wouldn't consider myself a believer by any means. But after my work at the facility, I started to question everything a little bit. I remember the first time I felt something. It was an evening shift, a Tuesday evening. I remember that because it was my earliest shift of the week, and it would end up being a pretty eventful week. My shift had just begun, and the atmosphere was unusually heavy. It could have been the gloomy, rainy weather. It could have been the various patients that were ill. But as I walked down the dimly lit hallway, felt the need to enter a resident's room. As I entered Miss Baker's room, I noticed a flickering light. Of course, it was casting an eerie shadow on the wall, which that was hard to ignore. But the temperature, it also seemed to have plummeted. Had Mrs. Baker noticed that as well? I heard what I thought was her faint whisper echo through the room. I couldn't make out the words, but the voice seemed desperate, maybe pleading. Perhaps Miss Baker had felt the cold. I turned to grab her some blankets and adjusted the light near her bed. I apologized for the temperature, told her I'd figure out a way to turn the heat up. But she was confused. She hadn't been cold. She felt a breeze now and then, but she was perfectly comfortable. Not entirely satisfied, I asked if she needed anything or if she'd said something I might have missed. She assured me she was fine, ready for bed, in fact. I tried to dismiss the whispers as my imagination, but that uneasy feeling managed to persist regardless. Over the next few nights, the activity, if you will, escalated. These small but strange occurrences became a nightly routine, some nights coming home to a sleepless night, and filled with stress and anxiety, even though I didn't know why. Doors at the facility seemed to creak open and shut on their own, specifically near Miss Baker's room. I didn't like the lights flickering, especially because it seemed like they were flickering wherever I was, or while I was walking under them. Maintenance said they'd check it out, and I even saw a couple of bulbs being changed. Over the next few nights, though, the lights continued to flicker, and only a few nurses seemed to notice them, always when they were around me or nurses around Miss Baker's room. There was more than just the lights to worry about. The sounds of footsteps echoing in the hallways, even if I was the only one there. They were different from standard footsteps that I'd hear down the halls. These felt distant yet close. Arguably, the most upsetting part were the whispers. Those seemed to follow me wherever I went that week, growing a bit louder, more frequent with each night. They were unintelligible, practically gibberish, but I could sense that they were filled with some sort of pain. It was as if something since past were desperately trying to communicate with anything living, and anything being me. I confided in my coworker and friend Sara, finally, hoping that she'd have some rational explanation. To my surprise, she nodded rather curiously and shared her own experiences with the paranormal. Apparently, she'd experienced similar phenomena, but in the basement while doing laundry. There were flickering lights accompanied by whispers, dismissing them at first, but eventually deciding she wasn't imagining these things. But like me, she wasn't sure what to do. We both kind of felt terrified, but admitted that it felt good not to be alone. Though we were unsure of what exactly was happening, or how to stop it from happening to us. What I found most intriguing about my interaction with Sara was that the events she'd experienced were all during the same week. She'd only been there a year, but still, just like me, she'd never experienced anything before. Not like this. She even agreed things seemed to be intensifying each night. So, in search of answers, we delved into the history of the nursing home. Nothing terribly interesting there, though. Since being built in 1945, it had been a city hall building, a library. But since 1989, it had been the nursing home that it is today. Well, it was in 2017. Not sure if it still actually stands. Regardless, our online search yielded no answers. One night, we cautiously explored the basement. It's where Sara had most of her experiences. While there, we stumbled upon a hidden room of sorts. It almost looked like a floor-length window, but it instead opened to a very small room filled with several filing cabinets. Inside, we discovered old medical records, newspaper clippings, photographs. We expected to uncover some sort of dark past or truth, but For the most part, it looked like archived items that couldn't be stored elsewhere due to space. However, we'd spent our lunch down there, and there were a few records that stood out to us. Ones where residents or patients reported feeling like they couldn't breathe, that something was keeping them awake at night. Some described feeling agonizing pain while sleeping, causing them to wake up and feel as though something heavy was holding them down. It wasn't just one or two. We found records with these reports dating all the way back from 89 to 99. We figured that there had to be more, but realized they stopped there, and the remaining records were likely stored securely upstairs. Armed with some strange newfound knowledge, we decided that to confront this so-called spirit head-on would be reckless. So, we acknowledged the sufferings described in the patient's charts, but decided that maybe it was best to leave it alone. After all, our residents all seemed to be fine. No one complained about such things. Best not to rock the boat, we agreed. Over the next few days, the paranormal activity continued, but it gradually subsided after that week. I still don't really know why. It's not like we could totally ignore it. But I remember I kept a close eye on Miss Baker. She continued to be fine and unbothered, though, which was good. The whispers grew fainter. Our electricity seemed to repair itself, or someone may have actually repaired that. I'm not really sure. Sarah and I continued to talk about the events for as long as I can remember. I stopped working there in 2017, but I still talk to her regularly. I told her I was going to share this story, and she said she couldn't wait to hear it be retold. She was always a tad braver than I was when it came to this whole thing. I still can't fully comprehend the events that unfolded there, but I guess it's safe to say I believe in ghosts. Alone, I didn't think I'd ever see the surface again. I don't talk about this much, partly because people assume I'm exaggerating, but mostly because reliving it makes my chest tighten up in a way that I can't really explain. It happened in southern Utah, summer 2021. I'd been backpacking with a couple of friends near some slot canyons, and I came across a tight cave system. A ranger had mentioned it at the visitor center. Easy crawl space, a little challenging, but cool if you're into that sort of thing. I was into that sort of thing. My friends, not so much. They decided to keep heading back toward the camp. I dropped into the narrow entrance and promised that I'd catch up in an hour. I didn't leave a note. I didn't bring a real map. I didn't even think twice. And that decision almost killed me. The entrance was tight, but manageable. I slid through the narrow mouth into the cold, dry dark. At first, it was thrilling. Everything swallowed and quiet. Just the sound of my own breathing and my boots scraping sandstone. I had a solid headlamp, a backup flashlight, and a cheap trail snack tucked in my jacket pocket. I kept going. Maybe 30 minutes in, I came to a squeeze that looked tricky but doable. It was a tight belly crawl type space, where your shoulders barely clear the rock. I told myself if it got any tighter, I'd just turn around, so I pushed through. And about halfway in, I got stuck. Not stuck like wiggle a little and move on. I mean completely pinned. My chest was pressed to the ground, my back scraped the roof, and I couldn't shift forward or backward. The passage had narrowed just slightly, maybe a half an inch, but enough to trap me. At first, I stayed calm, took deep breaths, tried to adjust my arms, shift my hips, back up. Nothing worked. Just surrounded by rock, above me, below me, my face maybe 6 inches from the wall. My helmet was pinned at an angle that I couldn't even turn my head to see my feet. I was lying in total darkness on my stomach, in a coffin made of stone. My breath got shallow and fast. My mind started racing. I didn't tell them where I went. No one knows I'm down here. My phone is in the pack. My pack is 50 feet behind me. I screamed. Not words, just pure fear. The voice hit the stone, came back warped and small. I don't know how long I laid there, eventually crying, hyperventilating, trying not to black out. I clawed at the rock, tore up my gloves and elbows, but nothing gave. And then somehow something clicked. Survival mode. I forced myself to stop moving. I slowed my breathing, counted it out. In, 2, 3, out, 2, 3. I waited until the panic receded, just enough to think. I remembered something that I'd read years ago about people dying in caves because they fought the rock. So I did the opposite. I stopped fighting. I relaxed every muscle that I could and just let my body go limp, like I was trying to melt into the space. I shifted just enough weight forward to make my chest dip lower, and then exhaled fully and used that small contraction to inch ahead. It worked. Barely. Millimeter by millimeter. It took almost an hour to clear the squeeze. An hour of slow, terrifying movement in silence and stone. When I was finally free, I didn't even stand up. I just laid there, crying into the dirt, until my brain believed I was actually out. I crawled back to the entrance, reached the surface just as the last of the daylight was bleeding off of the rocks. My friends had just started to wonder why I hadn't shown up. If I'd taken 5 minutes longer, they would have packed up and headed back to camp. No one would have found me. Now I don't really do caves, not anymore. I don't care how cool or easy someone says it is. I'll just hike, I'll climb, I'll even swim with sharks. But I'll never go back underground. A long time ago, I worked the late shift at a warehouse connected to a shopping mall. Think Sears. Only 2 of us worked there at a time, so if one of us called in sick, the guy who was there alone would be screwed until the early crew showed up later that morning. We had others get hired, but they always quit. Here would be a typical night. You're in a well-lit building, so that wasn't really the problem. It was the things that you would see. You would be doing a task, for example, sweeping, inventory, and suddenly it would get cold. I mean, to the bone cold. Then you would look around and you'd catch a glimpse of someone moving fast, but there was never anybody there once you got a good look in that direction. It almost resembled someone moving through thick fog, but just for a split second. Also, on the outer edges of the buildings were corridors to offices and the mall itself. The offices and hallway had sensors. You would see sections of the building suddenly light up, and the sound of slamming doors. Sometimes, when I'd get a chill, it would be followed by a group of women chattering. Chattering that would soon be cut off suddenly, making it that much more obvious how much it was there to begin with. Again, there's never more than 2 people working, and sometimes we're alone. In the beginning, I would frequently check things out, coming up empty-handed almost every time. I say almost because it's a warehouse, and a pigeon or 2 had been the cause of certain sounds, just not the super haunted ones. We had a radio to blast just to drown out the random noise. That thing would just shut off for no reason, and it would stay off for hours. So many people would get hired and quit the job suddenly. They would rarely say why, but we knew. Some guy said that he was freaked out because he saw feet walking where they shouldn't be, and that was it. One time, though, this woman started working there. I asked her what she thought of the spirits, and she tells me, funny that you ask, because the building had a strange presence in her opinion. She said every evening before walking in, she would meditate and create a bubble around herself for protection. Me and my coworker look at each other and kinda scoff. Though we'd experienced some stuff, I guess we were still just assholes with shit to learn. She was nice, though, so I asked her to walk towards the part of the building that always felt the most off to her, gave her the creepiest vibes. Her turn to scoff. She basically said that she would do one better. Then she started meditating, just sitting in the middle of the ground in total silence. We stood there sort of unsure what to do. She stayed sitting for a while, but quickly hopped up and told us to follow her. We stood near the back door, closest to the parking lot, an area where I frequently saw shadows or glimpses of something moving quickly. She says that the parking lot is a staging area. Still, I never quite figured out if that was an official term or what it meant, but it stuck with me. She said that there were a lot of spirits there. They were looking for the light to move on to the next, but some didn't want to go. She adds that while meditating before work, she'd sometimes point to where the light was, and some spirits followed. She said if we were really bothered by the activity, we could ask the spirits to leave, saying it would just take some extra time and effort. So we basically just let her do that while we stood around. That girl ended up quitting because she got a better job, but for a few months we never heard or saw anything at night. For a while there, I just didn't even worry about it, went about my business. Then, a few months later, I was closing up, locking the doors just opposite of the one facing the parking lot, when I caught a glimpse of someone moving to the left. Then, I saw one of the very back sensor lights turn on. Sure enough, the sounds and sights returned, and it went back to the same routine. It was crazy stuff. Left the job probably a year and a half into it. This was over 10 years ago. But it still manages to be one of the more interesting, if not kind of scary, experiences I've had while on the job. So I'm a 27-year-old Uber driver, and of all the messed up stories I've collected over the last year, none of them have screwed with my head like with what happened last night. Once I got home, it took me hours to fall asleep. Then I dreamed about it, and now I'm writing about it. I always work nights on the weekends. I'm not in a big city, so if you want to actually make enough money to live on, that's when you have to do it. As usual, I spent most of my time driving drunk people around, but none of them were especially rowdy or loud. It was actually one of the easiest nights I've had. Then, at 4 a.m., I signed out of work and headed home. I was almost out of the city limits when I saw a distraught girl standing on the side of the road, sobbing with her hands over her face. It wasn't the safest place for her to be, especially alone. I had to check on her. I'm not a complete idiot. I know the scam where a woman tricks you into pulling over, but I would have never forgiven myself if I kept driving and something happened. As I pulled over, I reached under my seat and placed my gun within easy reach, just in case. And then I cracked the passenger window. She looked at me, and I could see her tears were genuine. Her eyes were red and puffy, snot poured from her nose, and her words were barely intelligible. All the while, I was looking in every direction, ready to hit the gas if anyone else appeared, but they didn't. She had a fight with her boyfriend who made her get out of the car a couple of miles back. That was how far she'd walked before she couldn't go any further. I offered to take her home, and once the door was open, I could see that she was wearing open-toed sandals with a yellow dress which was covered in mud. She even apologized for tracking mud into the car, but that was the last thing on my mind. Assuming that she had fallen on her walk, I didn't mention it. I drove by the bridge where she was left at all the time, and it crossed over an especially muddy creek bed. The road flooded when it rained, and there'd been a lot of rain lately. The guy who ditched her also threw her purse out the window as he drove off. Her phone was inside, so she didn't have a light to look for it or a way to call for help. Nothing. There There were no other cars around when we got close to the bridge, so I turned on the high beams, slowed to a crawl, and rolled down the window in hopes of seeing her purse before we had to get out and physically search. It would have been on the driver's side, so my full attention was focused on the tall, muddy grass along the road. My back was to the woman, but we continued our conversation, and I'd already let go of any suspicions. When we were about to pull onto the bridge, I asked if she wanted to do one more pass before we got out, but she didn't respond. Assuming that she was trying to make up her mind, I added that my eyesight isn't the greatest, and she might have better luck, but she still didn't answer. Finally, I turned towards her, but she was gone. She hadn't crawled in the back seat. She wasn't on the floorboard, and it's ridiculous that I even checked because it's a pretty small car. If she had moved, I would still be able to see her. Logically, I understand that she couldn't have gotten out either. If she had, the doors would have made the unlock sound, and the lights would have come on. It would have been impossible to miss. Yet there I was, alone in the middle of that dark road. So I got out and called for her. I hadn't realized she never said her name until that moment. But as I stood in the silent night, I couldn't help returning to my original theory. Was it a setup after all? Were there a bunch of guys hiding in the trees, waiting for me to step away from the car? Even if they were, how had she gotten out? Well, I wasn't going to test my theory. Regardless of how she did it, she had clearly brought me there and left me under her own volition. She'd been incredibly upset, but she wasn't behaving erratically or irrationally. Given the circumstances, she'd made perfectly logical choices until that moment. After calling out a few more times, I quickly got back into the car and left, paying especially close attention to the tree line, but I still didn't see anyone. I replayed her disappearance the whole way home, and I came no closer to understanding what occurred. In my garage, I realized that the mud was gone too. My floorboards were clean again, as if she never existed. I genuinely began to wonder if I lost my mind. My brother thought I was on drugs, while my sister just sounded worried and asked me to get some sleep. It wasn't until later this afternoon that I spoke to anyone who actually believed me. I always go to the same gas station near my house, so everyone knows me pretty well there. The owner, Jeb, a man in his 60s, has lived here his entire life, and he believed me because he knew the girl. If I had described her to him, or anyone at all, I would think that he was messing with me. But this was too freaky to write off. I shared almost every detail that I've shared here, right down to what I was thinking every step of the way. But I never described anything about her physical appearance, other than I believed her to be in her 20s. Yet when my story was finished, he described her as if he had been there. He knew what she looked like and what she was wearing, down to her open-toed sandals. And he told me a couple of stories. One was about how he had once seen the same woman standing on the side of the same road. One night, he was on his way home and he didn't notice her until it was too late to stop. So he parked further up and reversed back towards where she was, only she wasn't there anymore. Assuming he had frightened her, he tried calling out to ask if she needed help, but there was no response. Not sure what else to do, he went home. That happened to him 5 years ago. The next day, he ran into a cop buddy and mentioned the girl, wondering if something had happened to her or if there had been an accident. After describing the event, his friend went pale, told him about a murder that had taken place the previous year. A young couple had been out together when they began to argue. It escalated to the point that the boyfriend pulled over and forced the girlfriend out of the car. Once she was out, he sped off, but soon turned around and ran her over, right there on the side of the road. Her body was found the following morning, and the boyfriend was caught in the neighboring state shortly after. No matter how I look at it, I can't come up with any explanation other than I must have given a ride to a ghost. An uncle of mine works at a software company in India. Last night he called my father, but it went to voicemail because he was asleep. Today at breakfast, we were all in the dining room. I was helping my mother clear the table while my father finished getting ready for work. He remembered that my uncle had called and left a voicemail, so he put the phone on speaker while he was fastening the buttons on his shirt. When the voicemail started to play, the sound was distorted from the amount of volume on the other side. We could hear men and women yelling all around my uncle as he tried to leave the message for my dad. We couldn't understand what he was saying, and after 30 or 40 seconds, the phone turned off and the message ended. At once, my father stopped what he was doing and picked up the phone to call my uncle. He turns off the speaker and presses it against his ear when it starts to ring. Then I watch his look of panic melt when my uncle answers the phone. He says, "I just listened to your message. Are you okay?" My uncle tells him that the company he works for was celebrating an anniversary, and the CEOs rented out a large stage at a movie studio to host the event. Everyone was sitting at tables, talking with one another and watching the giant LED screens on stage. Now it's known within the family that my uncle possesses the ability to interact with spirits. More so, spirits tend to interact with my uncle a lot. He's had this ability since he and my father were children. When their grandmother died, she told my uncle where her will had been filed, days after the funeral was held. They call them bhutas in India, restless spirits that walked out of the light, instead choosing to stay on Earth and influence the living for good and bad intentions. On the phone, still talking to my dad, my uncle tells him that the place where this event took place was saturated in negative energy, a place no god had claimed. Way above their heads were rows of large metal rafters with automated lasers and spotlights pointed at the floor of the stage. My uncle says through the glare of the lights, he could see the bhutas in the darkest parts near the ceiling, sitting on the metal beams. These inky black figures were also waiting for the show to start. Soon, everyone's attention was directed towards the stage, as rounds of pyrotechnics shot bursts of flames into the air. Then the spotlights all turned up and moved together to make one singular circle. Focused in the beam of light was a large green cage, hoisted high above the center stage. The bars were equipped with fireworks that began to shower down fountains of sparks. The crowd erupted with cheers and claps. Then, from the scaffolding bridge, the CEO and another man walk into the green cage, waving at the excited audience. The cage was intended to lower the men down onto the stage for a grand entrance. The machine comes to life, and the green cage starts shaking and wobbling. Both men grab the railings as they're almost knocked off balance. Gasps were heard, but the CEO never stopped smiling, and the crowd kept cheering. The cage shakes again. This time, one of the cables snapped, turning the cage sideways. The sudden failure sends both of the men tumbling over the railing of the cage, falling more than 20 feet to the ground. My uncle says it was obvious the CEO was dead by the way he had landed. And then it got loud. There was confusion as well from anyone who had not witnessed the event. Confusion and panic. It created absolute chaos for several minutes. My uncle found a safe space against a wall, avoiding being rushed by a group of employees and their families. That's when he finally decided to call my father. He'd already had his phone in his hand, having almost called him earlier when he'd seen the bhutas. He felt like something was going to happen and wanted to speak to his family. Now that something had happened, my uncle felt he might be in danger. He was physically safe against the wall, but he feared if he moved at all, the bhutas would find a way to target him. Just as he had that thought, his phone was knocked from his hands and away from him. He knew it wasn't safe to move. Some people may call that paranoia, but I don't think so. My uncle has had experiences prior to this, ones I mentioned earlier and others. I think he has the right to be a little wary of such things. Needless to say, he did escape unharmed, and the company's president, the other man, was critically injured but survived the accident. Still, it's all very unfortunate, and I think it's rather chilling in more than one way. Thanks for reading. A few years back, I was dating this girl. She told me her parents' house was haunted. Skeptical as I was, I thought she was playing with me. Then she told me that there was an evil persona that would take over her body sometimes, damage her physically. She'd wake up bleeding, totally oblivious of how she got those cuts or what just happened. I thought this was just her way of trying to get attention or needing help. I didn't really believe her story, although I tried to help and comfort her any way I could. All of that changed anyway when I started sleeping over. It changed because strange things would almost always occur at night. These experiences all occurred when my ex and me, usually the dog too, were alone in the house. It started with her laptop randomly turning on in the middle of the night and actually logging into their account. Shortly after, I started to hear things as well. Footsteps coming from the ceiling or roof, right above the bed we slept in. Not a ticking sound like a mouse makes, but actual thuds, like a human was casually walking circles on the roof. A few days after, I heard a dog barking downstairs. The family dog was a boxer, but I heard a high-pitched arf instead of a low roof. I went downstairs, but I saw nothing special. The boxer was sleeping peacefully in his kennel in the kitchen. I returned to the bedroom and saw my ex in bed, sitting up straight and with both arms bleeding. I had seen the fresh wounds before, so that was nothing new for me. Really sad to see, but nothing new. What startled me to death is that she had her eyes closed, like she was still sleeping, but her mouth was wide open, as if she were screaming her lungs out. But she wasn't. Needless to say, I didn't sleep that night. A few nights later, we were in bed sleeping together again, and I woke up to my ex trying to climb over me, mumbling, "Break, glass." As the situation in the house was starting to freak me out, I felt the urge to protect myself. I grabbed my ex by the shoulders and yelled, "What are you trying to do?" My ex woke up, but a second later we heard a loud tack and the sound of glass breaking in the kitchen. I went downstairs to look and saw the locked cupboard wide open, and on the floor, shards of what used to be 2 long drink glasses. I cleaned up the mess, walked back upstairs, and found my ex sleeping as if nothing had happened. Once, something strange happened in the middle of the day. We were upstairs in my ex's bedroom, and her father was working in the garage. Nobody else was home. We went to be physical. We made sure the bedroom door was closed. Then, in the heat of the moment, the door flew open, hard, as if someone kicked it in, except there was nobody there. I do remember feeling a slight breeze, and the next moment, her bedroom window shattered into pieces. That kinda killed the mood, to be honest. Shortly after this, we broke up, and some strange things happened to me, but nothing like what happened to her or while we were together. But it did get me interested in the paranormal, spirituality, and finding out what else is with us. I went to high school in northern Kentucky for a couple of years. Me being bored with little friends, didn't really know what else to do other than take my bike out and go explore the mountainous roads near home. In the middle of summer, I left about 8 a.m. and set out for a nearby town. At about 11 a.m., I realized that I was getting pretty thirsty, and when I looked down at the cup holder, I panicked. I'd forgotten my water bottle on the kitchen counter. These are the foothills of the Appalachians. There's got to be a stream somewhere, right? I dropped the bike near the side of the road and covered it with leaves, started walking towards what I hoped was a stream at the bottom of the hill. There were streams everywhere, so I hoped there would be some water. When I got to the bottom, sure enough, there was a stream. Or at least there was when it rained, because it was all dried up. I had a splitting headache. I could hardly think clearly. I didn't know what to do, so I prayed. To this day, I've only prayed for 4 things in my entire life, and this was the first one. I just prayed for water, or guidance to a house, or a store, or someone to possibly drive by, something to drink. Halfway back up the hill, a man in a suit walked out from a tree, like, no shit, right there in front of me, and said, "You look thirsty. Would you like some water?" And he held out a bottled water. I didn't notice that he was wearing a suit at the time. I didn't care that it was so random. I just took it and drank it. He gave me directions to a house about 10 minutes away, told me that they'd give me a lift home. I thanked him I don't know how many times and started walking up the hill, thinking that he was right behind me. Only he wasn't, and I didn't notice until I got to the top and sat down in the shade, cooling off. I sat there thinking for a few minutes about how random that was. And wait, was that guy wearing a suit? Yes, he was. What the fuck? After 10 minutes of me trying to figure it out rationally, I just gave up and continued on to the house that he'd given me directions to. Maybe they knew him. I found the house, and they gave me some Gatorade and a lift home with my bike in the back of their truck. Along the way, we made some small talk. I told them about the man in the suit. They looked at each other, and it got awkward. Well, they can think I'm crazy or not. I don't care as long as I can get home. The air conditioning felt great, and I just looked out the window the last bit before I got to my parents' house. The wife spoke up and asked me, what did the man look like? I told her what I'd noticed. His hair, the tattoo on his hand. She started to break down crying, told me to shut up. Not in a mean way, just impassionately to shut up. The man looked at me in the rear view, told me about how their son had died near their house in a freak accident. And my description, it sounded just like him. Then they sort of apologized, told me not to take offense, that it probably wasn't him. They were backtracking. Now they thought that I thought they were crazy. But I don't know that I did. Was it him? I'll never know. I don't even know where I was. Was it an answer to my prayer? Maybe. I just don't know. I have no rational explanation, only a memory. Since a young age, I've had experiences with the paranormal. Most of them disturbing, but some have honestly been neutral or even peaceful. This specific instance is by far my most unpleasant personal experience with the paranormal, and it takes place when I was about 19. I'm 35 now. I slept with a nightlight in my room that cast just enough dim light to see vaguely in the otherwise dark room. It brought me comfort and honestly still does to this day. I slept alone in my bed in the middle of the room. It was probably around 1 or 2 a.m. if I had to guess, when I was abruptly startled awake for a reason I was initially unsure of. Was it a sound? A presence? I couldn't tell. Everything was hazy. As I came to, I slowly looked to the left side of my bed and saw a male figure standing silently over me. It was repulsive. Patches of stringy hair on its head, pale, rotting flesh peeling off of its face, big, cold black voids for eyes and sunken deep sockets, decaying and jagged teeth, and a look of utmost malice and hatred on its face. that filled me with absolute terror. Suddenly, it reached out and with both hands began to strangle me, pushing me deep into the bed. I remember feeling its cold, dead hands wrapped around my neck. I remember gasping for air that I couldn't take in, writhing beneath its horrifically strong grip. I felt helplessness and fear as I had never felt before. I could feel tears streaming down my cheeks as I thrashed on the bed. What was likely seconds felt like minutes dragging on. I could feel myself becoming dizzy, my vision going blurry, and just as suddenly, it was gone. I felt the grip around my neck disappear, along with the figure itself. I went limp, body contorted into an unnatural position on my bed, and began sobbing. I stayed awake all night, shaking uncontrollably. I was horrified that it would come back for me. I thought initially that maybe I'd had a sleep paralysis episode, but that doesn't add up. I was moving the whole time, fully conscious, and not even remotely paralyzed. I try to find an explanation for it and just can't. Was it a spirit? A demon? Some other entity? Whatever it was, I hope I never experience it again. 16 years later, and I can still imagine those black, dead eyes glaring hatefully at me in the soft glow of the nightlight. It still sends shivers down my spine. Some people hear this story and think, wow, what a creepy coincidence. Others hear it and think, yeah, that was definitely a spirit. And honestly, some people laugh. But I believe this was my first paranormal experience. Many years ago, when I was around 7 years old, me and my family were at a cemetery visiting my grandfather, which we barely did because we lived so far away. It was actually my first visit. He had died when I was 3. By the time we visited the graveyard, it had changed a lot. A lot more people had died, and the graveyard had gotten bigger. It was raining, so I had my umbrella with me. It was small for a child. I was walking around with it to protect myself from the rain. I also remember really liking it. We were there for an hour just searching for my grandfather's grave, but we just couldn't find it. We searched every corner, but it seemed like it wasn't there. So my father wanted us to go home since we had a long drive ahead of us and needed to get back. So I went through the rows of graves back to my family, when suddenly my umbrella got stuck in a bush above one of the graves. I kept pushing and trying to pull it out, but it just wouldn't let go. Since I didn't want to leave the umbrella there, my father came up to me and tried to help. It took a while. I'm not even sure how it got stuck this bad to begin with, but it just wouldn't come out of the plant. When my father finally managed to untangle the umbrella from the bush, he looked up, only to see that the bush was on my grandfather's grave. It really felt like it was supposed to happen. In April of 2014, I purchased my first home and did what new home buyers tend to do. I'm sure when you hear a story of growling at the foot of someone's bed, you might assume it's the dog, but there was no way that this guttural growling was coming from my 3-month-old mutt. First of all, the pup was in another room in a crate. Second, he was so darn tiny still. And there's just no doubt that this growling was mere feet away from me where I lay awake, and it wasn't small. Of course, I could have just awoken from a dream and had not yet recognized that I was sleeping. However, I laid in my bed completely still for several minutes before braving the light, and that growling never halted. When the lights went on, the growling immediately stopped. Spooked, I decided tonight was a good night as any to reconsider my policy of where the puppy sleeps at night. After I moved my pup to his new sleeping spot and comforted myself. The lights went back off. A few minutes later, I heard dog sounds coming from the foot of the bed, but not so much growling, more like a grunt of appeasement. I didn't hear that particular growling from a few nights ago, so the new rule in this house was dog sleeps in the bed. My house had had 2 previous owners, and I know that at least the most recent of them had large dogs. The house was in foreclosure, so I don't have a lot of details about the owners beyond what the neighbors have mentioned in casual conversation. That house continued to be a bit odd. The growling, sure, it stopped, but things ending up in different places. The sound of doors shutting, but nothing was actually closed. Just odd. While I've had many experiences in my life, the home I live in now, it hasn't seen so much activity. At the town, Ogden, it's well known for paranormal activity. A final thought. That puppy had always refused to go into the basement of that house. He insisted at always being by my side, but would never journey to the basement with me. I've never heard that sound again or felt that negative, impeding feeling from a spirit. I like to think it's probably because I always have my dogs with me. In a weird way, I think that they really are protectors, even from the things we can't see. I'm not exactly sure if this is paranormal, but I did have one moment that I can only explain as non-religious awe at witnessing what the soul of a person looks like. We, as EMTs and paramedics, accompany death all the time. We're present as we treat people who die in the midst of treatment, and we switch to resuscitation protocols and carry on, or we arrive on scene to find people who are clinically dead and occasionally resuscitate them to being clinically alive, sometimes even to the point of consciousness and responsiveness. But I had one patient whose death impacted me in a way that changed my life. He was assaulted in the restroom of a porn theater. He was viciously sexually assaulted, stabbed multiple times in the chest and abdomen, and several of his fingers were cut off to steal his rings. We weren't far from the hospital, so we scooped him up and took off. I was treating him en route, starting 2 large bore IVs, sealing up the pneumothorax, dressing the other wounds, etc., keeping up the professional babble, something like, "It's going to be okay. We're headed to the best trauma center in the area. You hold on now. Okay? You just keep breathing. Slow and deep. We've got this. You just hold on for me. You're doing great. Blah, blah." Suddenly, he grabbed my arm and said, "Please stop. I'm scared. I don't want to die alone. Just hold my hand, please." I'll never forget that. I was stunned. I stopped, sat on the bench, and held his hand. His eyes locked with mine, and as he took several agonal breaths, I watched his eyes change. 1 second, he was human, and then, inexplicably, he was not. I know that for anyone who's seen the eyes of a dead person, you can recognize them for what they were. But I've never been consciously present with a patient in that fraction of a moment when their eyes, the windows to the soul, emptied, and that person ceased to exist. It was scary and awesome, in the true sense of the word, and a sense of horror to accompany him as he left. I simply will never find the words to express that feeling. It kind of shook me because I'd gotten into this line of work after my mom died. I was never raised with religion or any kind of faith in something bigger than us. When a person died, their body decomposed, and only memories of them kept them alive. But now I wondered, was my mom somewhere out there in the ether? Did her soul still exist somewhere? When I dreamed of her, was her presence real? So that experience changed my life, made me question so much about death and life, where one begins and the other ends. Is it paranormal? I don't know. I've experienced something in a hospital a couple of times. I work on the really advanced stuff, and at one facility, I was part of a two-man team responsible for Linux, which is linear accelerators, radiation therapy units. Most of the hospital was a little grim, even for a hospital, but the cancer center was like a tomb. It comes with the territory that if you work on the high-end stuff, you'll work some odd hours, late nights, and weekends are the norm. So I was completely alone. The department empties at about 5:30, and by 6, you're it. Of course, you could always feel something there, even if it was just you and the phone. One day I was working on replacing a fitting in the gas system, and I could hear the unmistakable sound of an infusion pump giving a KVO alarm from the closet. That's the sound that the pump makes when it completes a drug treatment. That was on a weekend, with no patient or nurse in sight, on a device that's stored off completely in a totally empty cancer treatment center, and it had just gone off. I chose to hurry up and get the hell out of Dodge after connecting the new bottle. My second experience was actually worse. I was working on the same system when the door to the vault closed. Before you say that it isn't a big deal, these doors are about 8 inches thick and motorized. And then the machine started to actually move, like it was starting a treatment, while it was in service mode. This doesn't make it impossible, just extremely unlikely that it was just a simple malfunction, since in that mode you have to individually command each motion. Luckily, it didn't try to start the beam, and I got out of there before it went much further. I don't do Linux anymore, at least not alone. In high school, I was babysitting for a single mom and her 2 kids. It was the middle of winter, and when I arrived, it was already pitch black out, like 6 p.m. She lived in a duplex. While I was standing in the living room with her and her girls talking about how the rest of the night would go, a little boy in full snow gear came through her front door. He stomped through the living room past us, headed down the stairs to the basement. The mom never even looked at him or stopped talking. The girls didn't make any acknowledgement that they saw him. I was super weirded out, but I was also an extremely introverted teenager, so I didn't ask the mom what was up. Just assumed I'm watching another kid. Once the mom left, I asked the girls who the little boy was that came in, and they both said that they had no idea what I was talking about. So I got brave and grabbed a broom and headed downstairs. It was a small, unfinished basement, one single room with no closets or anything. No one was down there. The little boy definitely had not come back upstairs in that time. It was so weird, and the only time that I've ever truly believed I experienced something paranormal. I normally scoff at ghost stories and stuff, but I had a hard time scoffing this one off. I guess it's rare, but I've had a few experiences with spirits. I guess this is just my favorite one. I never met my father-in-law. He passed before I met my husband, Paul. Paul and I were having a hard time. He said that he wanted a divorce. I agreed. That night, his father, Frank, visited me in a dream and begged me not to leave his son. He said Paul needed me, and I needed him. I decided it was just a strange dream and ignored it. The next day at work, I got a call from my husband's boss. Paul had a heart attack and was going to the hospital. I got in my car and sped off. Frank appeared in my car, told me to say out loud that I loved my husband and he would live. I ignored him. At the hospital, I watched as Paul died twice and was shocked back to life each time. Then they wheeled him away to the cath lab. I was sent to a private waiting room, and I knew that they didn't expect my husband to make it. I could see Frank looking at me, sadly. but he wouldn't talk to me. I began crying, and I said, "Please live, my darling husband. I need you. I love you." After a couple of hours, the doctors came in and told me that he had inserted several stents, that my husband's health was iffy. He died once more in the cath lab, but they brought him back. Paul was wheeled to cardiac ICU. I sat by him, told him I loved him. He made it through the night, and the next night, and the next night. Our marriage has been very happy for the past 7 years since that time. Frank peeks in from time to time, but keeps quiet. When my son was born, I lived in a house that was 110 years old. It was a beautiful home that had been restored to its original beauty. It had solid walls, high ceilings, huge comfortable rooms, and a swinging door between the dining room and living room. There were a few times that I'd catch something in my peripheral vision, a flash, a slight movement, etc. I didn't really dwell on it as I had other things that required my attention, being the single mother of a young child. One evening, after a very long day at work, my son was about 6 months old at the time. I had him upstairs with me in my bedroom watching a movie. The swinging door in the kitchen swooshed. We usually kept it propped open. I didn't think much about it, thinking it was my roommate closing it for some reason. Then it happened again, and again, and again. It kept happening. I went to the top of the stairs and called my roommate's name a couple of times. No answer. The door kept swooshing. I called my roommate on her cell phone. She was over a block away at a friend's house, and they came over immediately. They had 911 already dialed on the phone, ready to dial the next one because we thought someone was in that big house, someone that shouldn't be. There was no one there, but oddly enough, there was a gas leak. The whole downstairs reeked of gas. I don't know what or who swooshed that door, but I do know that if my son and I had gone to sleep without knowing there was a gas leak, it's quite possible I wouldn't be writing this today. I guess this is why I say or think that not all spirits are scary or bad. Sometimes I think they act as mysterious guardian angels. At least, in my case, they did. Have I ever seen Bigfoot? Not exactly. I came across something in my wanderings that could possibly fit into the Bigfoot lore, though. I didn't exactly see any bipedal primates that day, but what I found along the Still-Quamish River was inexplicable and kinda creepy. I went up along Mountain Loop Road in the Mount Baker Snoqualmie National Forest to explore an area new to me that didn't have any trails. I parked on the shoulder of the road and entered the forest. It's worth noting that in my bag I had a topo map, a compass. I knew exactly where I was at all times during this venture. I also let someone back home know what area of the national forest I would be in as well as the expected time of my return in case anything awry happened. I threaded my way through the pathless coniferous forest towards the river. When I entered the riparian section along the water, I was met with a strange sight. Dozens of alder, maple, and willow trees, smashed, shredded, ripped up by the roots. Others snapped, broken, or knocked over. It literally looked like someone had driven a tank through the forest, creating a swath of destruction about 50 yards long in its wake. Something or someone, way off the beaten path here, had thrown quite the temper tantrum. I'm mystified and more than a little creeped out. Who or what caused this? I checked for tracks or prints in the forest loam. Claw marks on the shredded trees, hair caught on the twigs or undergrowth, scat to be stepped in. Nothing. The damage was fresh. None of the torn vegetation showing the slightest sign of wilt. Sap on the exposed and shredded tree trunks was still wet, and it had yet to drip. The path of destruction varied somewhat in width. It seemed to be about 8 to 12 feet along the length of the mess. It was obvious this was not the result of flooding, fire, or quake. Could a mini tornado have touched down here in these rugged Washington mountains? Never heard of it happening before, but then what was it? No trace of parts or anything mechanical. The terrain wouldn't have permitted any sort of vehicle down that far, off the road anyway. But still I search. I find no tire or tread marks, no paint scrapings on the tree trunks. The mess begins and ends abruptly, and without any further clues to its origin. I'm crawling around, so intent in finding a sign that I forgot one of the cardinal rules of tracking, to look up. There's many stories of trackers so intent on their pursuit that they failed to notice their quarry has circled back and positioned itself to ambush. Situational awareness should always go with attention to detail. I stand up. First, I'm hit with a disgusting smell, one that smells of literal garbage mixed with something I can't identify. Then, I notice the other odd detail. The forest is gone completely silent. And that's my cue to leave. I can't find any clues as to what caused this massive mess so far off the road. I head back to my car, trying to ignore the sensation of being watched, which is increasingly more obvious. About the time I can start to make out the breaks in the trees indicating the road, the forest has resumed its baseline noise, birds and insect activity. I left the woods none the wiser. Hopefully I didn't get too bogged down with the details of this account, but I'm still baffled as to who, or what, could have caused such destruction. A friend who's a Bigfoot hunter on his weekends was convinced that I found signs of Bigfoot territory, a warning to other bipeds to stay away. I don't know. Draw your own conclusions. I've been on the force for over 20 years, and I've seen my fair share of missing person cases over that time. Most of them start the same way. A concerned family member or friend comes in looking for someone who hasn't been seen or heard from in a long time. It's usually a mix of dread and hope that takes over. And this case was no different. Well, it was a little different. And that's why I'm here. The call came in on a Tuesday morning. A woman reported her adult son, Charlie, missing. She hadn't seen him in 3 days, which was unusual. Charlie was the kind of guy who called his mom every night, even if he didn't have much to say. The fact that he hadn't reached out was the red flag. I took the details and assured her we'd do everything we could to find him. At first, it seemed like it might be a case of a guy needing to clear his head, go off the grid for a bit. But as the hours turned into days, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. His friends hadn't heard from him, and his phone had been off since the night he was last seen. We started digging deeper, checking his usual haunts, talking to anyone who might know where he could have gone, but nothing. Then something strange happened. Just when we were hitting a wall, a woman walked into the station claiming she was a psychic. Now, we get a lot of these, and sometimes the force themselves will reach out and bring someone in. I've never put too much stock into that kind of thing, but she was insistent. She said that she'd had a vision of Charlie, described him perfectly, right down to the scar above his left eyebrow. She told me that he was dead, that his body was in the backwater near a barn in a field not far from town. I remember feeling a mix of skepticism and desperation. We didn't have any other leads, so I figured it couldn't hurt to check it out. I took a couple of my guys and we drove out to the area that she described. The place was secluded, miles away from any main road. The barn was old, half-collapsed, sitting in the middle of an overgrown field. And just like she'd said, there was a stagnant pond behind it, hidden from view. The sight that met us when we got there is something I won't forget. As we approached the water, I noticed something bobbing near the surface. My stomach dropped as I realized what it was. We called in the crime scene unit and they pulled Charlie's body from the water. The psychic had been right, eerily so. The location, the condition, everything. It was all exactly as she described. I couldn't explain it, but there it was, plain as day. We had our missing person, but now it was a homicide. It turned out that Charlie had gotten involved with some dangerous people. When he tried to back out of a deal, they made sure that he wouldn't talk. We eventually tracked them down and brought them to justice, but that psychic's tip still lingers in my mind. In all my years on the force, I've never had a case take a turn like that one. Maybe there's more out there that we can't see or understand, but I know one thing for sure. I'll never look at missing persons reports the same way again. I have a Ouija board buried in my backyard. When I was younger, my older brother and I used one once. My mom bought it for us, not knowing the risks that are supposedly involved, haunting, possession, etc. At first, we were asking harmless questions like if our crushes liked us, where Mom hid the cookies. I was getting bored and broke our unspoken agreement to keep the questions kid-friendly. I asked it, "When will my brother die?" It creeped over to the 6, then the 7. 67 years old, maybe. I don't know why I asked it, but I was relieved that it gave an answer that was a very long time in the future. Well, after the first creepy question, my brother could no longer return to mundane questions. He was asking it if hell was real, if it could contact dead relatives. He was scaring the crap out of me. I was terrified and close to tears. Then he started talking funny. I didn't recognize his voice, and I ran to go get our mom. When I came back into the room with her in tow, he was laughing hysterically. I mean, doubled over with laughter. He said he made up that whole part just to scare me, and it worked. I was terrified beyond belief that my brother was gone. I couldn't sleep that night. I tossed, turned, had nightmares. The next day, I put on some of my mom's gardening gloves. I didn't even want to touch it with my bare hands. I shoved it in an old duffel bag and buried it. I painstakingly dug a hole, a deep, deep hole, in the backyard and shoved the bag in it. My fear lifted more and more with each shovel of dirt that I threw on top of it. Out of sight, out of mind. However, years later, when I looked back at the question I asked regarding my brother's death, I thought I'd come to realize it was just a toy. It was completely inaccurate. 67 my ass, I thought. He was murdered when he was 20. There was no otherworldly knowledge, no foresight, nothing. Just two kids and the power of suggestion. Yet something about the whole experience continued to linger in my mind. I shared my story over time, and after reading through some of the comments, I was sort of blown away. My brother was 13 when we used the board. Maybe it wasn't 67. Maybe it was 6 or 7, meaning 6 or 7 years. Meaning when he was 20 years old. Maybe I was looking at it completely wrong. Who knows? And who knows why I asked that question in the first place? Was I sensing something? Was it somehow giving me a feeling of unease? I don't know. But I kind of want to go dig it up and burn it. At one point in time, I was an embalmer for a large chain of funeral homes in the city. My embalming suite was on the 3rd floor of an ancient building. It had once been 2 houses that were later combined into a mortuary. There were old sepia-tinted photographs of the horse-drawn hearse out front on the cobblestone street in one of the back storerooms. So this place had had a lot of bodies that had come in and out of its doors by the time I was employed. At that business, our policy was to embalm ASAP, no waiting until the break of dawn to begin if someone should pass in the evenings. It just tends to go better if the tissue isn't refrigerated cold. So there were many times that I'd be alone past midnight in that creepy old place. We had a little apartment in the attic that we embalmers could go up and use for sleep, given our erratic schedule. I was fine once up the stairs, but every time I went up them, I had a panicked feeling of being chased or pursued. I'd stumble run up the flight each time and got a fair bit of ribbing from my colleagues for it too. The only incident, though, that can't be written off to imagination happened late one evening when I wasn't alone. My colleague was finishing a difficult embalming that had taken him some time. He had a routine in place that always ended with him washing the instruments and lying them on a towel, neat and precise rows of stainless steel. He had OCD, I suspect, because he would sooner be late to an appointment than not leave them in this manner. He was exiting the suite when I arrived with the next client. He told me he was going up to the apartment for a rest and to let him know if I needed help. I waved him off. As I was wheeling in the deceased to the suite, we both heard it. Giggles, distinct giggling of multiple children, coming from down a floor in the lobby area. We looked at each other, my eyes wide, his puzzled and squinting. Wordlessly, we walked to the hall that allowed us to see down the stairs into the lobby. It was dark and silent. We crept down the stairs. Nothing. No one but us two. My coworker shrugged and we went back upstairs. I reached the door of the suite and pushed it open. Nobody was there, but I did see something that made me call out for my colleague. His instruments were in a jumbled pile on the towel. Not only jumbled, they were hooked together strangely, like a blade through a scissor handle and a hemostat clamped onto a needle. He sauntered into the suite at my calls and stopped short seeing the instruments. Jaw dropped. Needless to say, I allowed him to help me embalm so that we could both get the heck out of there. Years ago, I became good friends with my neighbor across the street. We both had young children, and we spoke and or saw each other almost every day. Probably 6 years into our friendship, she developed leukemia and only lived one more year. She was 35. One day, I was looking out my front window, and I saw the car she used to drive pass by, turn around, and then it pulled up to the curb in front of her house and parked. I continued to watch, and I saw her husband and her 3 children get out of the car. The car was a light blue station wagon, one that she used to drive the kids around in, and her husband still had it. As I continued to watch, I saw her husband and the kids walk up to the front door of the house and go in. A moment or two later, I saw my friend get out of the car and walk to the door. I couldn't believe what I was seeing, but I knew for sure that it was her. I knew because when she got to the front door, she turned, looked at me, and waved. Then she, too, went into the house. I think she was telling me that everything was okay. I'll never forget that. Last winter, I took a solo job hauling feed up near the Canadian border, cutting through some backcountry roads in northern Montana. A blizzard came in hard and fast. Visibility dropped to next to nothing. I slowed to a crawl and kept my eyes glued to the shoulder markers, what few I could see. About 10 miles from the drop point, my dash camera flickered. Then the cab lights dimmed just for a second, and I noticed a shadow. Something was walking alongside the truck. At first, I thought it was an elk, but this thing was taller than the cab and kept perfect pace, even as I slowed. I couldn't see it fully, just its outline in the snowstorm, long arms that dragged near the ground, and a strange rhythm to its steps, almost like it limped. When I hit a patch of cleared road and picked up speed, it stopped, just stood there in the snow. I swear I saw its head turn and just watch me go, like it wasn't bothered by the cold at all or being left out there. I was swimming in the ocean with a friend when I saw something floating in the water nearby us. I knew what it looked like to me, but it was a bit transparent. I asked my friend if he saw anything floating a few feet away from us and pointed to where I was seeing it. He said he didn't see anything, and then he asked me what I saw. I told him I could see what looked like a woman's body floating face down, naked, with long red hair. He was understandably freaked out and wanted to get out of the water immediately. We went inside, changed, and started preparing dinner. His roommate came home, and while we were all sitting around talking, I started asking his roommate some questions about his job as a criminal defense attorney. As the conversation went on, I asked him if he ever had to defend anyone he knew on serious charges. He said yes, actually, after a friend of his was charged with murder when his wife's body washed ashore, right in front of this very condo 12 years ago. I looked over at my friend, and he was 50 shades of pale, with his jaw on the floor. Then I asked his roommate to describe what she looked like. He said that she had very long red hair, and that she was found naked, lying face down on the beach. I let my friend explain what had happened earlier that day. They were both stunned. This happened in the summer of 2022, but I swear, part of me is still floating out there. I took a small fishing boat out on Lake Powell, solo. Not uncommon for me. I've always been the type who enjoys the silence. No phones, no people, just water and time. I left before sunrise with a cooler, a backup battery for the trolling motor, and my usual emergency gear. But I made a mistake. A few, actually. First, I didn't check the forecast close enough. Just glanced at it. Sunny, calm, low wind. Fine. Second, I took a rental boat with a radio that I'd never tested. And third, I ignored how fast clouds were moving in around 3 p.m. I was deep into one of the side channels when the storm rolled in, and it rolled in fast. 1 minute the water was glass. The next it looked like a churning nightmare. Waves started rocking the boat. The sky went black, like someone cut the power, and the wind turned vicious. I pulled an anchor and I tried to make it back to the launch ramp, but visibility was shot. I had no idea which way I was actually facing. I grabbed the radio. Dead. Not low battery, just dead. Wouldn't even light up. I felt real fear set in. Not the jolt of adrenaline kind, but the quiet kind. The kind that makes your stomach spread outward, slow, cold. I still had GPS on my phone, but guess what? No service in that part of the lake. I could see the map, sure, but with the storm overhead, no signal meant no real-time location. Just a blinking dot stuck in place. And then the light started fading. Storm clouds turned the afternoon into night. I tried to steer using landmarks, but the cliffs and canyons all looked the same. Just jagged silhouettes against a darkening sky. I couldn't tell if I was going in circles or further out. Eventually the wind died down, but so did the battery on the trolling motor. I was drifting now. No engine, no anchor. No noise except the soft slap of water against the hull. I kept thinking about how big that lake is, how deep, how empty. The silence was actually suffocating. Even the birds had left me. I tried yelling once, just to hear something. My own voice came back weird, flat, like it didn't belong in that space. As night fell, I started to worry about hypothermia. I had water, but no food, no extra layers, just a thin hoodie with a rain shell that was already soaked through. The temperature dropped fast. I curled up at the bottom of the boat, trying to conserve the heat. Time blurred. I don't know how long I laid there. Then I saw a light, way off in the distance, just a faint yellow glow, moving slowly between the canyon walls. I sat up and started flashing the tiny light on my keychain, on, off, over and over. It was all I had left. I thought maybe it was a ranger or a houseboat. I didn't even care at that point. I just needed someone to see me. Whoever it was, they saw me. Turned out to be a fisherman coming in late who happened to notice something bobbing in the dark where it shouldn't be. He towed me back in. We didn't talk much. I think he could see it on my face, how close it had gotten to being something else, something final. Now, I don't go without a working VHF radio, backup batteries, signal flares, 2 phones and waterproof bags, you name it. Because the lake doesn't really care how experienced you are. It doesn't care how much time you've spent out there. The lake just is. And if it decides to keep you, it won't make a sound. My job is a bit different. I'm a transcriptionist working long hours from a small home office downstairs. I'm usually down there for 10 or 12 hours a day. My only office companion is Flops, my brilliant blue betta fish, who lives in a medium-sized cylinder tank right on the corner of my desk. He's been there for over 6 months, a staple of my daily environment, and totally unremarkable, until last night. I'm telling you this ahead of time because I want to eliminate any rational explanation right away. My office is completely temperature controlled. No drafts or external air vents near the desk, and the tank has been in the exact same spot for half a year. It was about 11:30 p.m. I was making my final rounds before bed, which involves turning off the office lights and feeding Flops. I opened the door, and the light from the hallway spilled in, illuminating the desk corner. I saw Flops immediately. His silhouette was hovering completely still, slightly above the water level, right against the glass. The sight was so immediate and deeply interesting, my brain scrambled to fix it. My first thought was that he was stuck. Flops can be a little dramatic, and sometimes he presses himself against the side of the tank, maybe clinging to the air bubbles or a stray piece of food. I rushed over to get a better look. As I got closer, my rationalization instantly shattered. Flops was indeed completely still, but he was not in the water. He was fully outside of his container. He was about 3 inches away from the glass on the other side, floating in mid-air at the level where the water meets the lip of the tank. He was defying gravity. His little body was angled slightly, still and wet, suspended in the open air behind the tank, with nothing connecting him. I looked everywhere for some sort of thread or wire or piece of something that could have him in such a position, but he was simply levitating right beside his home. The shock hit me like a physical blow. I stood there, paralyzed. I was staring at this fish for maybe a minute, confirming the possible geometry in my head. Fish, air, glass, water. My heart was pounding, and a cold sweat broke out. Was he dead and somehow fixed to the spot? Was he pranking me? I gathered some courage and reached out my finger. I wanted to just touch the anomaly, prove to myself that he was physically there and not some optical hallucination caused by the curved glass. The moment my fingertips brushed his wet, cold side, The invisible force holding him instantly vanished. He didn't swim. He fell to the ground. There was this soft thud as his tiny body hit the hardwood floor beside the desk. I immediately dropped to my knees and scrambled to pick him up. I scooped the motionless, limp fish with my hands, and I put him back into the tank. I was convinced I'd just killed my pet by interfering with a paranormal physics experiment. But the moment he hit the water, Flops came alive. He zoomed to the bottom and then back to the surface, swimming around like nothing had happened. He looked perfectly fine. I have zero answers. I don't know how he got out, and I certainly don't know what held him there. All I know is that for 1 minute, my fish defied the fundamental laws of nature. And the only proof I have is the dent in my certainty that everything in this world is governed by physics. I took a job in college working the overnight shift at the university library. It was the best gig. Dead silent, endless free time to study. And the only other person was the guard upstairs. My station was in the basement archive, down 2 flights of concrete stairs. It was mostly just old maps, uncatalogued documents, and a truly ancient, multi-story section filled with nothing but shelved books and a long, dark wall of obsolete card catalogs. It smelled like dust and forgotten history. The first few weeks were great, but then the silence started to feel less peaceful and more heavy. It's kind of a specific coldness, too, the kind that makes the hairs stand up even if the room temperature hasn't changed. It started with the card catalogs. These things were huge, waist-high cabinets, row after row, filled with little wooden drawers. Sometimes when I was sitting at my desk, I'd hear a little thwump noise. I'd look up to see that one of the drawers, usually from the highest row, had slid out maybe 3 inches. I'd sigh, walk over, shove it back into place. It was always heavy and resistant, like someone was holding the handle from the inside. This started happening constantly. I'd close a drawer, walk 5 steps back to my desk, and hear that little thwump again. When it got really active, the drawers wouldn't just slide out. They would rattle as they came out, shaking the tiny brass handles. It sounded like an elderly librarian was frantically searching for a single critical note. The weirdest part was their inability to stay closed. I started making a game of it, trying to push them in perfectly flush. They would always immediately slide back out 3 inches. It was a firm, definitive no every single time. It was a restless, silent middle finger from the past. One night, the noise went from passive-aggressive to violent. I was in the back stacks, organizing a card of returned history texts. I was deep in the aisle, surrounded by shelves towering 20 feet high. All of the lights were off in the main room except for a single desk lamp at my station. Suddenly, from the catalog section 50 feet away, I heard a sound that was too big to be just wood and paper. It was a crack, thump, swoosh. It was the sound of a heavy, solid wooden cabinet being thrown off balance. I didn't breathe. My heart felt like it was hammering against my spine, so I froze. Then, from the same section, came a series of rapid, coordinated noises. Clack, 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 clack. About 8 drawers in a row, all sliding out at once, followed by the sound of what had to be thousands of index cards spilling onto the concrete floor. It sounded like pouring rain indoors. I did not investigate. I dropped my clipboard, and I sprinted out of the aisle, grabbed my backpack from under the desk, and I ran straight up those 2 flights of concrete stairs, past the bewildered night guard, and right out the front door. I called in sick the next morning and officially resigned via email a few hours later. They never called me back to ask why, and they never questioned me about the catalogs. I still wonder what that thing was searching for in there, and if the new night student has figured out yet that the drawers are never, ever going to stay closed. I had been living out of my beat-up van for 3 weeks, crisscrossing the country to get to a new job. My money was tight, but I desperately needed one night of civilization. A shower, a comfortable bed, walls that didn't rattle when I drove. I booked the cheapest Airbnb I could find, a tiny, century-old rustic cottage miles outside of a small town. The reviews mentioned the charm, but also mentioned the historic atmosphere, how the heating system was a little temperamental, but it had a shower and a bed. I arrived well after dark, and the cottage was worse than advertised. It smelled faintly of mildew and mothballs, and the only light came from a single, sickly yellow porch lamp. Inside, it was dark. The furniture, the floors, the curtains, everything was dark. The first thing I did was make a beeline for the bathroom and lock myself in. After a long, glorious shower, I was toweling my hair and finally starting to relax. I can do one night. Just one night, I told myself. I opened the bathroom door, took one step out into the hallway, and that's when it hit me. Someone in my ear. It was a single high-frequency sound right next to my left ear. It was shrill and sharp, like someone had drawn a fingernail rapidly across a pane of glass, but with their voice. It wasn't loud enough to wake the neighbors, but it was so close and so penetrating that it made the sensitive bones inside my ear ache. I gasped, spinning around, clutching my towel to my chest. But everything was empty. The sound was instantly gone, leaving behind only the deafening silence of a dead house. My heart was going crazy at this point. That was not a house settling, or a pipe. That was a noise made deliberately and right here. I wanted to run. I wanted to unlock the front door and sprint back to my safe, though cramped van. But then I looked out the front window, and it was pitch black. Nearly a mile of empty road to the nearest gas station, and I'd already spent almost a week's worth of food money on this one night. I just needed to stick it out, tough it out. I had nowhere to go. I crept down the short hall to the bedroom. The bed was comfortable, but something about it made me feel like I was laying in a coffin. I pulled the covers back, and there, neatly laid out on the pillow, was a single, dry, yellowed rose petal. It looked like it had been pressed into a book for decades. I know I hadn't put it there, obviously. And why would a cleaning lady leave that there? It was a little intimate detail that I hoped wasn't specifically for me. I snatched the petal up, threw it into the trash, and jumped into bed. Pulling the covers up to my chin, I closed my eyes, with my fists clenched. About an hour later, I was still wide awake, listening to the silence. And then I heard from the far corner of the room the creak of the floorboards, slow and weighted. It was obvious they were heading toward the foot of the bed. I kept my eyes squeezed shut. I couldn't move, and I didn't want to breathe. I decided in that moment of absolute terror that if I didn't acknowledge it, it wasn't real. I repeated my mantra in my head. I have no money, I have no gas, nowhere to go, I have to stay here. And then I just decided I needed to open my fucking eyes. What if somebody was in the room? So I did. And there was no one. But the weight of the presence finally settled, right at the foot of the mattress. And then I felt the air shift. It wasn't cold. It was like pressure on my chest. And with one deep breath, I got a whiff of something. Old, cloying lavender and dust. I lay there for what felt like an eternity, breathing shallowly. Tears were tracing paths into my hair. I genuinely couldn't move. The next thing I remember was a sliver of weak dawn light hitting the window, and then my eyes. When I finally opened them, the room was still empty. The floorboards were silent. I was out of that house and back in my van within 5 minutes. I didn't even bother with the coffee. I drove straight through the morning. The next time I did stop, I opened up the back to go through some things, grabbed my wallet, and I found a single yellow rose petal. It made me shake instantly. I dropped it, flinging it away like a piece of trash. I don't know how the hell it got there, but I wasn't happy to see it, and it just added to the weirdness of the whole trip. I don't know if you would consider this paranormal, but it's not often that invisible forces shrill in my ear or sit on my bed. It's just all a little too strange. Several years ago, my husband and I purchased our first home in Hoquiam, Washington. We grew up in Grace Harbor and never wanted to leave the coast. It's near the only McDonald's in town. If you know Hoquiam, you know the general 3-block radius I'm talking about. Though we don't live there anymore, I don't want to get too specific and have some crazy Christian burn down this house, thinking the devil's in it. And when I say crazy, I mean meth head. And when I say Christian, I mean meth head. When we purchased this house, the lumber yards were still rolling relatively strong in Aberdeen, which was good for Hoquiam. It was a bustling city with so much potential. That would end a few years after the purchase of our home. While we lived there, Devin was a police officer in Ocean Shores, and I worked at the bank in Aberdeen. The house next to ours had a for sale sign outside of it the first half of the year that we lived there. Then another sign was put up saying, "New reduced price." It would be the next summer when it finally sold to a family with another little girl around Tilly's age. The girls instantly became best friends, and their front yard friendship was the icebreaker for the adults to meet and mingle. Devin and I invited them over for 4th of July for a barbecue. We all hit it off, and the drinks and unfiltered conversations began to flow that night. While the husbands are in the street lighting off fireworks with the kids and other neighbors partying on the block, I'm standing with the wife, Gretchen. She's a short native girl from Tohola and has a mouth of a sailor when she drinks. She leans in real close and says, "Can I ask you something without you thinking I'm batshit crazy?" I'm thinking, dang, is she going to say something really batshit crazy right now? Because I'd really like my daughter to be able to continue playing with her new best friend. So I ask straight up, "How crazy are you talking?" Praying that she doesn't ask to get high in my bathroom, but she hits me with a curveball and says that she thinks their house is haunted. I'm like, oh, word? She asks me if I know anything about the history of the house, but I tell her we just moved into ours a couple years ago, and that their house had been up for sale until they moved in. Gretchen asked if we've experienced anything otherworldly happening at our place, then asks if I've ever felt like I'd fallen out of reality, like a sudden rush of irrational, heart-racing fear when nothing is around. The topic continues as the men come back, and while the girls play in Tilly's room, me and Dev sit with our jaws hanging open as Gretchen and Stevie trade stories about the real haunted house batshittery going on next door. From disembodied footsteps and whispers to Stevie pulling out his big beer belly and showing us 3 long purple scratches wrapping across his ribs. Faucets turning on and off randomly through the night, cupboards slamming. Super scary shit. The scariest being when Gretchen told us that their daughter almost drowned in the bathtub a few days prior. Gretchen was shampooing her daughter's hair when she felt her daughter's head get pulled from her hands. She sank underwater, and at first, Gretchen thought that she was playing a joke, so she waited just a second for her to pop back up. But as Gretchen watched the shampoo bubbles begin to pop and melt in the water, she saw her daughter at the bottom of the tub, with her eyes and mouth wide open. A look of horror was frozen on her face. But there were no bubbles coming from her nose or mouth. Seeing this, Gretchen quickly pulls her body from the water. She was breathing, but her body and expression went limp and lifeless when she left the water. Gretchen and Stevie threw her into the truck and ripped out to the hospital up the hill. Doctors there couldn't find anything wrong with her. As the conversation continued, we drunkenly joked that they were always welcome to stay at our place any time the paranormal stuff became too much. Then, almost immediately after our small laughter subsided, like we manifested that to be the plan for the night, Dev points out the window and goes, "No fucking way." I go look out the blinds over to Gretchen and Stevie's house. From the side window, we can see their kitchen window and a bedroom window on the floor above. In that window, we watch as the light in the room turns on and off over and over. Gretchen and Stevie don't even leave the table to look. To this day, I don't know why they would all go home that night, even after Dev had offered them the guest bedroom. I guess it was that liquid courage on Stevie's prideful lips. It evoked his alpha male alter ego. I also think that he was trying to show off to my cop husband, but he stood up and was like, "Fuck that. I'm not getting kicked out of my house." His drunk ass storms up the stairs and kicks open the door of our daughter's bedroom, scaring the shit out of the sleeping girls. He grabs his daughter and the family leave that night, determined to handle their poltergeist problem. Devin and I are just kind of stunned, a little drunk, but mainly a bit concerned for our neighbors. Like a bunch of creeps, we post up by the side window and see if we can catch any of the action. For the most part, the house seems asleep, but every few minutes, just as I would get bored, the lights would start flickering in various rooms of the house. I realized this was something that probably had been happening all the time, but just come to our attention that night. Gretchen and I follow up the next day. She says that she and Stevie are having a disagreement about how to handle the problem. Stevie wanted to bring in a priest, whereas Gretchen wanted to bring in an authentic shaman or move altogether. I was in no more of a position then than I am now to be suggesting things, but I told her that in the interim, she and her family were welcome to stay with us. They were gone before the end of the summer. Though we didn't experience the happenings ourselves, the area just felt a bit more dim without the family next door. And this home sat vacant once more, only now we had this weird knowledge of strange happenings going on inside. That house stayed empty until we moved almost 2 years later, and it always made me uncomfortable. Comparatively, our house was only on the market for a few months before it sold. We opted not to disclose to the buyers that they had a haunted house next door, but I'm sure they figured it out eventually. Oddly enough, it wasn't even the ghost house that made us eventually sell, and I'm still proud to be from the harbor. Go Grizzlies. That being said, we moved to Texas after one of those crazy meth heads tried to lure our daughter out of our front yard. The homeless addict population growth was becoming an epidemic, and we couldn't raise our Tilly in that mess. So we moved. Well, that's all I've got as far as ghost stories, so thanks for reading. Parents out there, I guess I'm looking for a little advice. My name is Maddie, my husband's name's Tyler. We're new parents, and our beautiful baby girl was born May 5th, 2023. Her name is Kinsley. She was born right on her due date, 7 pounds, 3 ounces. Her pediatrician says that she's in perfect health. If this was a health-related issue, I promise I wouldn't be asking for this kind of advice. But I guess my question for you, seasoned parents, is more of, is this normal for an 8-month-old? I originally thought she had something wrong with her vision because when me and Tyler would pick her up, she started doing this thing where her eyes wouldn't focus on us. It's like she's staring just past us. Then she gets a real scared look on her face before she starts crying. This doesn't happen every time we pick her up, though. But when it happens, Kinsley's dead set on staring at whatever her eyes are following. And in these moments, it's not us. Tyler and I would try to block her vision with our heads or put ourselves in her line of sight, but she'd start getting squirmy and really cranky, moving her neck around trying to see past us. I did my own little eye exam, even though her pediatrician says her eyes are perfectly fine. But while she was laying in her crib, I held her stuffed bear above her head and she was able to follow each direction I moved it. She also started getting the idea of crawling yesterday, and she did the same thing. I was sitting on the floor in the playroom. She was a few feet away, and I was patting on the carpet, making silly noises, encouraging her to crawl towards me. She's smiling. I'm smiling. She starts getting into the crawl position, and I keep patting the carpet. Then she does a weird shake like something startled her. Her head turns, and while she still maintains her crawl position, her eyes and attention are now fixated on the corner of the room. I keep patting the carpet and start softly calling her name, but nothing can get her out of this weird frozen baby trance. Even clapping my hands didn't make her flinch. At one point, her face does this thing. It starts to contort, and it's horrifying to see my baby so afraid or upset by something that I finally just get up and walk over to her, and like clockwork, crying starts. Usually she's screaming, and before I can swoop her up, she's already attempting to crawl my way. She's had this same reaction every time she's started crawling over the last couple of weeks. I know Kinsley's only 8 months old, but up until now, she'd never really been a fussy baby. She barely cried when we took her home from the hospital. That's why this sudden uptick in behavior is so alarming. Being a paranoid first-time parent, I've been taking notes for the pediatrician, but I'm embarrassed to bring her these findings when what I've compiled is basically what I've stated here. Her frozen moments of terror, they're frequent, at least once a day for the last 2 weeks. They're not long. None of these episodes have happened in public, only here, and they mostly all occur in the playroom. There's literally no other symptoms of this, but I don't know what could be going on. I'm honestly just trying to keep my own sanity right now, and I'm trying to find anything logical that we can grab a hold of. Tyler's convinced there's a ghost in the house. He's going off the deep end with Kinsley, especially because Kinsley seems afraid. I don't know if men can feel postpartum, but every time Kinsley has an episode, Tyler gets filled with rage and starts yelling that this is God's house. I think he's feeling like I am. We're both lost as to how we can help our baby. It's like I don't know how to turn his deductive reasoning into something that's not paranormal. I will admit, when we first moved into our home, it was probably the most stressful couple of months that we'd experienced together, until now. Kinsley had just been born then when a neighboring unit of our apartment complex had a fire. Our unit wasn't touched, but our whole floor had to be moved into temporary housing. We were placed in a duplex a few miles away, and that's where we are now. It's where we've been for months, and it's really starting to get to all of us. Tyler hates it here, and this Kinsley conspiracy is only fueling his fire. Last night, he'd shaken me awake. When I turned over to see what he wanted, Tyler was sitting upright in bed, and the baby monitor pressed up against his ear, telling me that he kept hearing whispers coming from Kinsley's room. I wasn't able to hear it, but Tyler swore that that's what he'd heard. While we were sitting in silence listening to the monitor, it makes a few glitchy buzz noises that Tyler thinks are ghosts messing with the transmitters. I suggested we change the batteries before jumping to conclusions. To make it worse, that's when we hear a sharp, loud, almost feedback noise, followed by Kinsley shrieking. Tyler was up and wheeling her crib into our room, and that's where she'll be sleeping until we figure this out. We literally just got her sleeping on her own. I'm afraid this will set her back in growth, but what else can we do? There's a lot going on, and I'm overwhelmed, but I keep telling myself, at least this isn't our home. Our home may be smaller, but it sure didn't feel like this. I don't expect someone to come here and solve all my problems, but if you have any advice on any of my list of quarrels, I'd sure appreciate it. Maybe this space is tainted somehow. If that's the case, what can we do to get it to leave our daughter alone? I've been a part-time Uber driver for almost 3 years now, and for the most part, you learn to shrug off the crazies. I was once held at gunpoint, and I had a knife pulled on me. but thankfully I wasn't harmed. The man with the gun happened after I'd been on the job for nearly a year. He canceled his ride as soon as we got onto the highway, and I noticed it immediately. People suck, so sometimes they'll wait until we enter heavy traffic, hope that we don't see the alert, but I don't play that shit. I pulled over onto the shoulder in the middle of 5 o'clock traffic and told him to get out right there. We went back and forth for a moment as he denied canceling the ride, but when I wouldn't relent, he pulled out a gun. Now, I'll go pretty far not to give someone like that what they want, but a trip to Walmart wasn't worth dying for. That's where he had wanted to go, Walmart. It was less than 10 minutes from our location, and I would never have to leave the main highway. So I calculated it was safer to drive him there. But then he tried to get me to turn off onto a side street where there were far fewer people. I knew the area very well, and there are also plenty of isolated locations that he could have directed me to once we were down there. Now, this guy knew I had a dash cam, and he wasn't wearing a mask. I'd originally hoped that he was just too high to realize how careless he was being, but this was a calculated move. If I was going to die, I would rather it be immediate than endure whatever that creep had in store. So I slowed down, like I was preparing to turn, and I stopped in the middle of the busy highway instead. He started screaming and jabbing me in the back of the head with his gun's barrel. I put the car in park, refused to move, saying that he would have to kill me right there because I wasn't going to any second location. By now, other cars were beginning to notice something wasn't right, and they were stopping as well. So he jumped out and took off running. I was lucky. It could have easily gone the other way, but I truly don't believe he intended for me to survive his attack. Multiple people dialed 911, including an off-duty police officer who followed the man into a neighborhood before he fled through some back streets. It was thanks to him that the police were able to locate the asshole so quickly. The guy who pulled a knife on me just wanted my wallet. This was actually just a few months ago, but I had long ago learned not to carry anything but my ID and phone, which he was also dumb enough to take and leave it on, so police quickly located him with Find My Phone. As horrifying as these instances were, they were almost to be expected. I went into this knowing that those things could happen, but the ones that I'm about to share, no one prepared me for these. No one ever told me that some people were trying to replace ambulances with Ubers. I can't afford the luxury of an ambulance either, but I would never trick a stranger into taking me to a hospital. It was only my second week on the job when I was sent to pick up an elderly woman for a doctor's appointment. I was put at ease by her. It had been a long day. I had just dropped off a man who had been creeping me out his entire 30-minute ride. But here was this sweet old lady with a walker. I helped her in, and she thanked me politely. But she appeared kind of disoriented, and just overall didn't seem to feel well. I made polite conversation at first, asking how she was, the usual. But her answers were rather short, so I stopped. That's fine. Some people like to chat and some don't. I usually just test the waters and follow suit. Now, her doctor's office was inside the hospital, so that's where we were going. But about 15 minutes into the ride, she tried to say something that came out really jumbled. Glancing into the rearview mirror, I started to ask her to repeat herself when I noticed half of her face had completely drooped. She was having a stroke, and I was terrified. I called 911 and explained everything while I was still en route to the hospital. At first, I was thinking, wow, what are the odds that this happens on her way to a doctor's appointment? But I later learned that was a lie. She knew something was wrong, but she couldn't afford to call an ambulance, so she tried Uber instead. Luckily, that instance turned out okay in the end. The woman survived. The same wouldn't hold true for the next one, though. Maybe 6 or 7 months later, I picked up a man for a quick trip to his daughter's house. When he first got into the car, I was a little concerned because he seemed very out of breath. But he was old, so I figured that was normal for him. The location was only 10 minutes away, so I wasn't too worried. But the second I tried to turn onto the highway, he clutched his chest and began complaining of chest pains, saying he needs to go to the hospital now. His daughter later admitted that he was having those pains for quite some time before he asked her to meet him at the hospital, but she didn't realize he was ordering an Uber. Anyways, I panicked. I had no clue what to do or if he was faking it or what, but I couldn't risk it. What if he died while I was sitting there trying to figure out what to do? So I rushed to the hospital. He got very quiet when we were still at a good 10 minutes away, and that really scared me. Then I began to smell something so awful. He died before we arrived. That's how I learned that our bowels release when we pass away. The ordeal may have been one of the worst days of my life. I felt guilty for the longest time, like it was somehow my fault. And no one cleans that kind of mess for you, so I had to do it myself. Yeah, overall, I can't wait to reach a point where I don't have to do this anymore. This is one of the weirdest paranormal stories I have. My best friend was staying over at my place a few years ago. We had a fun evening and were just chatting, but when the night came, it got weird. We went to bed maybe around 1 a.m. I fell asleep fast, but my friend stayed awake feeling restless. While I slept, I had a dream of a room full of mirrors and boxes on the floor. I stood there ready to leave when I noticed my reflection wasn't moving, and it was staring at me with black eyes. I started to run while my reflection stood there staring at me, smiling like a maniac, and that's where I woke up. When I woke, the room was dark, and I smelled the bloodiest smell that I've ever smelled, sure that it had to be coming from me. It was like laying in a puddle of fresh blood. I had to check, did I start my period? That was not the case. I thought maybe my friend got hers. It was strange, but I went back to sleep. When I woke up the next morning, my friend was already up, looking tired as hell. I asked her if she started her period by chance. I told her about my dream, the night. She told me that she didn't get hers, but that she thought that I did, because she had smelled blood that night, and that she had the weirdest and scariest night. While I slept, she was awake trying to sleep. She told me that I kept making weird noises behind her, knocking or chattering my teeth fast together in an inhuman way. She turned her head and the sound stopped. She decided to lay on her back to catch me faster if I did it again, and while laying there, closing her eyes and opening them in between trying to sleep and being awake, she suddenly saw me hanging in the ceiling, staring at her with dark eyes. On the ceiling, there were flowers hanging in ropes, and in one of them, she saw me hanged, hovering above her feet. Even when blinking, it didn't go away. Not until maybe 10 seconds, and then it was just vanishing. She tried to get sleep. After a moment, she smelled blood, thinking all the same things I thought. She eventually allowed herself to fall asleep. It couldn't have been long after that when I woke up and had my experience. We had a good laugh about where our minds had been at initially, but as we checked for blood around the apartment, we got a more eerie feeling. There obviously was no blood, so what was the smell? After that incident, a weird thing happened that connected to that night. 3 days later, as I was heading home for a smoke downstairs, I threw my phone on the bed to put my jacket on. Later at night, while going through my phone, I noticed a picture. My phone had taken a picture on its own while I was putting on my jacket. It looked like I had hanged myself from a rope on the ceiling. Blurry face, black eyes. I saved that phone for a long time, but it hasn't turned on for years. I've I've been behind the wheel most of my life, long-hauling loads back and forth across the country. I don't really believe in tall tales. Ghosts, UFOs, Bigfoot. None of that ever mattered to me. The road's pretty dangerous without worrying about monsters in the woods. But I did see something once. Never been able to put it away. It was about 15 years ago, late fall, up in northern Washington. I'd taken a load along Route 2, one of those long stretches where the road runs tight with the trees. There's no lights or towns, just black forest pressing against the shoulders, and the occasional break where moonlight spills across the wet asphalt. It was just past midnight, and I was running steady. Windows cracked to keep me sharp, radio low. The world was quiet, but I was awake. But out of the corner of my eye, something moved in the tree line. At first, I thought it was a bear. They wander out there sometimes, especially in the colder months, looking for food. But when I slowed a little, when I looked closer, I was shocked. This thing wasn't on all fours. It was upright, running just inside the tree line, keeping pace with the truck. I told myself, definitely not real. Shadows, playing games. But the more I looked, the clearer it got. A massive figure, 7, maybe 8 feet tall, covered in hair that looked slick and dark in the moonlight. Its arms were pretty low. Too low for a man, I remember thinking. And it moved with a speed that didn't make sense for something that size. Then it broke cover fully. It stepped out of the trees into the wash of my headlights. For a split second, the whole thing was lit. Broad chest, thick shoulders, hair matted like wet fur, and eyes that caught light like an animal's. It actually froze in the lane, staring at me. I don't know if it was just as shocked as I was, or curious, or just daring me to keep coming. The truck felt suddenly too small, like I was crawling past something that could reach out and peel the cab open if it wanted. But then just as quick, it turned and bolted back into the woods. One stride, maybe 2, and it was gone, swallowed by the trees and that darkness. Pretty sure I drove another mile before I remembered to breathe. My heart was hammering so loud it was now officially drowning out the engine. I didn't stop. I didn't pull over to check tracks or try to prove anything. I just kept driving, eyes fixed straight ahead. People always ask if I'm sure of what I saw, and I tell them the truth. I don't know what I saw, but I know it wasn't a bear, and it wasn't a man. And in that moment, when our eyes met in the beams of my headlights, I felt smaller than I ever have in my entire life. That was the only time. I've run that stretch of road plenty since, but I've never seen anything like it again. Still, I wonder, what the hell did I see? I live in a small 1850 stone cottage in rural Vermont. When I bought this place, the previous owner just shrugged when I asked about local history. Quiet place, he said. Maybe too quiet. I should have asked what he meant by that. The weirdness started about 3 months after I'd already moved in. Every night, without fail, between 12:30 and 1 a.m., I would hear specific, methodical sounds outside my bedroom window. Sh-clunk, sh-clunk, sh-clunk. It's the sound of rocky soil, followed by the soft sound of that soil being deposited somewhere else. It's digging. Someone is out there, quietly working the ground beneath my window well. The first time I thought it was a neighbor. I threw on a robe and I grabbed my phone and a flashlight, and I practically sprinted outside. Of course, there was no one there. The grass was still wet with dew, not a single footprint or disturbed patch in sight. I chalked it up to an animal, or maybe the house settling in a strange way that I was about to learn about. It was maybe amplifying sounds from far off. But it kept happening, every single night. Shclunk, shclunk. Always for about 30 minutes, and then quiet. I started leaving the outside light on, hoping it would deter whoever or whatever it was. It made absolutely no difference. The light would be blazing, illuminating the small flower bed beneath the window, and I'd still hear the rhythmic digging, coming from the exact spot where I could clearly see nothing was happening. Last week, I got brave or stupid, depending how you look at it. The sound started, and I sat up in bed, listening. When the sound was midway through a shclunk, I whipped the curtain back and peered out. I didn't see anything physical. There was no shape, no shadow. But for a split second, I saw a depression in the wet grass where the spade was supposed to be sinking, and a tiny shower of dirt seemed to leap up and immediately dissipate, right where the clunk sound was centered. It was like watching the perfect impression of a ghost doing something, but the ghost itself was invisible. It stopped on schedule, 1 a.m., silent as the grave. I realized that whatever it is, it's not interactive. It's just a broken recording, stuck digging forever. I'm technically used to it now. It's just the midnight gardener doing his thing. The only thing I can't figure out is what he's still trying to plant, or maybe what he's trying to hide. My old cottage just has a persistent, silent visitor, and all it does is dig. But why? I used to work nights as a custodian at a hospital. I mainly liked it for the pay, which was good and steady. Plus, the halls were quieter after visiting hours, so that part was nice too. Most of the staff left by 9, so it was usually just me and a couple of nurses, also the security guard who was making his rounds. Hospitals at night are a little different. The hum of machines is louder when there's nothing to cover it. The floors feel longer, like they're stretching out ahead of you. I learned to keep a small radio in my pocket just for noise, though sometimes even the music made me uneasy, like I was interrupting a silence that belonged to someone else. One night I was finishing up on the 3rd floor, wiping down counters in one of the empty wings. The air felt cool, colder than usual. I figured the AC was working overtime, but the feeling carried a strange edge, like standing too close to the open door of a freezer. As I leaned over the sink, I felt it, the faintest breath against the back of my neck, enough to raise goosebumps. I turned quick, half expecting the security guard to be messing with me. But the hall was empty. Nothing but the echo of my shoes and that soft beep of a heart monitor down the corridor. I told myself that it was an air vent. It had to be, and I went back to work. But when I glanced up at the mirror above the sink, I saw something. Behind me in the reflection was the shape of a man. Not clear, just a tall, dark figure standing at the end of the hall, perfectly still. I spun around, but the hallway was empty. Turned back to the mirror. Nothing was there. Just the stretch of linoleum and my own pale face. After standing frozen for too long and listening, the building certainly felt heavier. Eventually, I finished my shift. I didn't tell the nurses or mention it to security. What was I supposed to say? I saw someone who wasn't there. I never saw the figure again, but I thought about it every time I passed that wing. How can you not? The breath, the reflection. It was almost too ordinary, like catching someone in the corner of your eye at the grocery store. Other than showing themselves, they really didn't do anything to try to scare me. So maybe ghosts aren't always here to frighten us. Maybe they just exist in things like reflections, drafts, or even silence, just waiting for someone to notice them. This happened back in the winter of '97, somewhere along I-90 heading west through South Dakota. I'd been running long haul for a while at that time. I thought I'd seen just about every kind of bad weather the road could throw at me, but that storm was like nothing I'd seen. It was snowing so hard the road ahead might as well have been painted white. Visibility dropped to maybe 50 feet, sometimes less. The kind of night where you grip your wheels so tight that your knuckles ache. Because if you lose focus, even for a second, you're off the road and buried. I wasn't the only one caught in it. Not long after the snow started dumping, 3 other rigs and I ended up grouping together, convoy style. Safety in numbers, right? We kept a steady distance. Headlights were glowing faint in the wall of snow. Each of us just close enough to the other to be safe. The CB chatter kept us sane. Nothing fancy, just updates. Slow it down, boys. Road slick as hell. Or mile marker 212. Drifts covering the right lane. Voices breaking through the static were a lifeline. A reminder that you weren't alone in the whiteout. Hours crawled by like that. 4 trucks carving a path through a storm that felt like the whole world had gone silent, except for the hiss of the snow, growl of the engines. But then just like that, I was alone. I didn't notice at first. The storm was so thick. It only took a few seconds without taillights in view to make you wonder if you'd drifted too far back. I eased off the throttle, waiting for the glow of brake lights to cut through. Nothing. Breaker 19. You boys still there? I asked into the mic. Nothing. Convoy, you copy? Static. Like the storm had swallowed the signal whole. I tapped the brakes and leaned forward, peering into the whiteout. No shapes or light. The 3 rigs that had been with me for hours were gone. I pulled over as best as I could, hazards flashing dim in the snow. I sat there listening to the CB just hiss. My heart was pounding and I couldn't really figure out why. The road behind me was nothing but darkness. No headlights approaching. And ahead, just endless white. I sat like that for maybe 10 minutes, trying every channel, calling out until my throat was dry. But there was never an answer. Not even distant chatter from other drivers. Finally, I eased back onto the highway. My logbook shows that I drove nearly 30 miles before I saw another vehicle. A plow truck cleaning the eastbound side. I flagged him on the CB, asked if he'd seen any rigs ahead of me. He said the road was empty, and that it had been all night. To this day, I don't know what happened. I checked news reports later, and there were no wrecks or pileups. No stranded rigs pulled out of ditches. It was just like those 3 trucks never existed. People are quick to say that I was tired, or I imagined it, or I just lost them in the storm. But I don't think so. I remember their lights and their voices on the radio. The comfort of knowing that someone was actually fighting the storm with me. This happened well over 10 years ago, before I ditched my old apartment and my even older landline. I was 25, living alone, and already a bit jumpy from too many late nights. The calls started around 11:30 p.m., always. The phone would ring twice, and then just stop. Just enough for me to get a look at the caller ID before it went silent. And every single time, the screen displays the same 7 digits, my own phone number. The first few nights I chalked it up to a glitch in the ancient telephone system. Maybe my line was looping back. It was annoying, but I just muted the ringer and went to bed. I had an answering machine for any emergencies. Eventually, that feature just stopped working, and I was hearing the ringing again. I couldn't ignore it. It was a repetitive, ghost-like calling of my own phone number. It felt less like an error and more like something intentional. After so many times of this happening, the screen lit up with my number again and I snapped. I picked up on the second ring before I could hang up. Silence. Just a faint, high-pitched white noise hiss that sounded like a vacuum being run in another room. I was about to hang up, and then I heard a voice. Incredibly low and flat, and it cut through the static. It sounded digitized or mechanical, like an old speech synthesizer. "Where did you put the key?" It wasn't a question asked to me, but it was a question. I hung up the phone, and for some reason my hands were shaking. I even unplugged the phone for 24 hours, convinced that whatever had been trying to call was a prank, that they had some sort of voice synthesizer, they were recording for my reaction, I don't know, something. Eventually I plugged it back in, and of course it rang, with my number. I picked up on the second ring, dread mixing with a bit of rage. Before I could yell, the same flat voice repeated the same phrase. "Where did you put the key?" "Stop calling this number," I shouted. "Who is this? Just stop." There was a pause on the other end, and then it sounded like someone was going to speak, and the voice came back. This time it was a little different. It didn't sound like a recording. It sounded personally aware. Under the third tile. "You know what I mean, Brandon." For sure, it felt personal now. That was my name, obviously. I live on the 4th floor of a standard carpeted apartment complex. There's no tiles, no basements, no keys hidden anywhere. But that's my name. This time I disconnected the phone for more than just a couple of days, and I never reconnected that exact landline. I threw away the phone and the answering machine, and I got a new cell phone. I don't know what was calling me or who, but I know that as soon as I disconnected that line, it stopped. I never experienced any sort of harassment or anything in my real life. So, was it a prank? Maybe. But if it was a little too chilling for my taste. I know I wasn't the first person to move out of that place. Seemed to have a high turnaround. No pranksters ever came forward. I've always been inclined to believe that it was something a little more than that. I just don't know how. This happened a few years ago when I was at one of the lowest points in my life. I don't normally share stuff like this, but it's been on my mind lately. I'd just gone through a breakup and my job was hanging by a thread. I remember that night I didn't even want to go home because the apartment felt heavy, like every wall was reminding me how alone I was. So I wandered around downtown after work. It was cold. I ducked into this little park that's usually empty at night, except for the occasional dog walker. I sat on a bench and just cried. Not out loud or anything, but the kind of crying where your chest just hurts because you're holding it in. After a while, I realized that someone had sat down on the bench next to me. I didn't even hear them walk up. It was this older woman, maybe mid-60s, bundled up in a coat with a scarf. She had this kind face, not grandma exactly, but close. She asked, "Rough night?" I nodded. I couldn't even talk at first. She didn't push, just sat there. Then she said, "It's not always going to feel like this. People come and go, but you stay with you." I remember blurting out something like, "I don't even know where I'm supposed to go next." And she laughed softly and said, "Then start with somewhere warm, somewhere safe. Everything else comes after." We talked for maybe 10 minutes. Nothing too deep, just small things about holding on, about not letting a bad night decide your whole story. Her voice was steady, not pitying. By the time she stood up to leave, I felt lighter, like I could actually breathe. When I finally went home, I slept better than I had in weeks. The next day, I even showed up to work on time, which hadn't happened in a while. But the real part of the story comes a couple of weeks later. I was back at the park in the daytime. I mentioned the woman to the guy that runs a little hot dog cart near the benches. I described her: older, short, curly gray hair, big red scarf, gentle voice. He gave me this weird look. Then he said, "Fun glasses?" And I nodded. "You must mean Margaret. She used to live around here. Always sat on that bench. Talked to anyone who looked like they needed it. Real sweet lady." I said, "Yeah, her. That sounds right." He shook his head and said, "Yeah, but she passed away 2 years ago." I laughed at first because I thought that he was messing with me. But he was serious. Even told me about the little memorial people had left near the bench for her. I walked over, and sure enough, there was a small plaque on the side of the bench. I had never noticed it before. Her name was on it. I remember looking up her obituary, trying to find anything I could on her, and I found a picture. It was her. So yeah, I don't know what to make of that night. All I know is I talked to someone. I felt her warmth and I heard her voice, and it gave me exactly what I needed to get through that night. If it was my brain playing tricks, fine. If it was something else, even better. I just know that I left that park with a little more hope than I went in with. And sometimes when I pass that bench now, I say thank you under my breath. My mom was a single parent through my teenage years. I have 2 younger sisters as well. My mother worked 3 jobs at one time, and she was always gone. Her first job started at 4:30 in the morning. She left the house before any of us were awake for school and wouldn't be home until midnight. Yeah, she didn't sleep for years. One morning, I saw a dark figure walk past my bedroom door and down the hall. I called out, "Mom?" The figure leaned back and poked its head into the doorway, as if it were taking one more glance to answer my call, and then continued back down the hallway, out into the living room kitchen area. I got out of bed, not having heard the very loud front door close. I imagined my mother would be in the living room, gathering her items before leaving. I walked into our living area and found no one. Nothing. I immediately phoned my mother. She was already at work. I told her what had happened and explained I was freaking out. This was before cell phones, so my mother had asked me to take the cordless phone and check the entire house. Are the doors locked, front and back? Yes. Check my room. Is it empty? Yes. The bathroom? Yes. Oh my God, Mom. I know I saw someone. Didn't I? My mom calmed me down, tried to explain that maybe it was sleepy stuff in my eyes, throwing me off. Over the weekend, when we had time to spend together, Mom finally broke down, telling me that maybe it was a ghost, but it would be a friendly ghost. Mom went on to explain that the people who sold her the house, they did tell her that an elderly man had peacefully passed away in his sleep before we purchased it. My sister, who's only 3 years younger than me, decided to name the ghost. It was a kind old man, so his name would be Henry. Naming the ghost made it seem less scary for some odd reason. After the first sighting and a name, Henry maybe felt a little more comfortable coming out because we started to see him and his antics more frequently throughout our home. Henry would shut the bathroom door if one of us girls left it open while using the bathroom. This happened very frequently. We were a house full of girls, so we never bothered to shut the door to our one bathroom that we all shared, and locks were not an option, especially in the mornings when we were all getting ready for school. One day, both my younger sisters were visiting my friends or doing their own thing, so I had the house to myself. I decided to watch a movie. We kept our movies on the bottom shelf of a china hutch that my grandmother made for my mom. The door was heavy and preferred to be open as opposed to shut. What I mean to say is if you unlock the door, it would naturally swing wide open. When opened, the one door, movie side, would hang in such a way as to block access to the hallway from the living room. I didn't need to go down the hall, so I left the door open. While watching the movie, out of the corner of my eye, the door slowly swung shut on the china hutch. And while it didn't lock, it was impossible that it would close on its own without some help. Chills ran up and down my spine, arms, legs, neck, everywhere. I immediately phoned my mother at work again and said, "Hey, sorry to call you at work, but Henry just closed the door on the china hutch and suddenly I didn't feel like being alone anymore." Mom told me that she understood and was impressed with Henry's strength to close that door. I agreed. We chatted until I told her I felt better, safe again, and I went back to watching the movie with the china hutch door locked, closed, to keep Henry happy. We moved out of that house when I turned 17, and as we were closing the front door for the last time on the move-out day, we all stuck our heads back inside and said, "Goodbye, Henry." Even though Henry was a friendly ghost, it was still scary as a young teen to come face to face, so to speak, with a ghost, regardless how nice he was. I've got 3 shorter stories for you from my days as a trucker. Now, they're all different, so I've labeled them as such. The first, creepiest. Driving I-40 to I-30 through Texas and Arkansas. I would see what looked like animals or faces popping out of the bushes, but longer than a glance proved that nothing was there. They had just paved the highway. There was hardly any traffic. I was dead tired. It was super dark. Highway hypnosis, I suppose. But I've never really believed that. I guess this next one I would consider paranormal. When I switched to local driving, my route ran near an air reserve base in Indiana, so you'd see planes and helicopters pretty often. One night, about 2 a.m., I was headed to pick up another load when I saw a bright green light in the corner of my windshield. It was too low to be an aircraft. It moved pretty slowly, then darted, and I lost sight of it behind some trees that I drove by. And my last one, it's just batshit crazy, and it's the one that happened the longest time ago. Driving south on I-75 in the winter in Ohio, I witnessed a compact car like a Cobalt or something get on the on-ramp to merge into I-70 North, and they lost control. They went sideways, fell at least 6 feet off the ramp, went onto the shoulder of the interstate, landing on all 4 wheels, spun 360 degrees, and then proceeded to merge into traffic like it was fucking nothing. Blew my fucking mind. The CB radio was going nuts for about 5 minutes. Holy shit, who else just fucking saw that, etc. It was batshit crazy. I grew up on the beautiful island of Guam. My father was in the military, so we had a nice house on a base. Unfortunately, I was terrified of sleeping in my room, so I slept on my parents' bedroom floor. One evening, I shifted my pillows around while having trouble falling asleep. During the process, I noticed a pale and purple finger that looked like it belonged to a corpse. I stared in horror, unsure what to do, and watched as it slowly retreated under the bed. I covered the spot with a pillow and tried my hardest to sleep, but I just couldn't. One day, I looked under my parents' bed to see bright yellow glowing eyes that definitely didn't belong to one of our cats. It was staring me down, and I felt uneasy, like I wasn't safe, and I wasn't meant to see it. In that house, I regularly heard glass shattering in the kitchen, only to discover nothing was broken. There were also heavy footsteps that ran up and down the hallway. From the corner of her eye, my sister often saw someone hanging in my parents' bedroom, only to have it disappear when she looked. I saw shadow people running around in darker areas of the house. My father would tell the spirits to leave in peace, and things would be quiet for a week or two before getting weird again.